Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, dear friends, I am delighted and honored to welcome you to the 2024 Horasis India meeting in this beautiful city in Athens here in Greece. It's our 16th edition of the Horasis India meeting, ladies and gentlemen, and we are so glad to be here in Greece because I have to tell you, Greece is very good news and India is good news. Let me start with India. India is the new engine of globalization. India is reaching out to the world, and India is investing in the world. Likewise, Greece is one of the fastest growing economies in Europe, and the two prime ministers met twice in the last 12 months, signing a strategic partnership between both countries. I'm here with my dear friends, Angelos Tsartaris, who is the president of the Hellenic India Chamber of Commerce. Please join me, Angelos. And also with Georgia Korokaki, who is a special advisor to the Hellenic India Chamber of Commerce. They have made all here happen, and we are co-hosting this event together. I would also like to call on our Indian partners to join us on the stage, Ms. Preta Reddy, the Vice Chairperson of Apollo Hospitals and the past President of IMA. Preta, please join us on the stage. Rajiv Kaul, the Chairman of NICO, past President of CI. Vinod Kumar Wutto, the President of the India SME Forum. Please join us, Vinod. And Vidutoma Sharma, who is leading a delegation of female entrepreneurs here to Athens. Please join us on the stage. And before I give the word to you, Angelos, and Georgia, I would like to thank our two main partners of this event, to Eurobank, to be the strategic partner, and to WeSquare, running several panels here at the summit. So thanks so much to our sponsors and our partners. And I will also call in a minute on George Papagiannopoulos, who is the Chief of Directorate of the Ministry of Development, who will also deliver a special address to us. George, would you like to chair? Please come to the stage. But first of all, Angelos, to you.
Thank you very much. Εγώ θα τα πω ελληνικά λίγο, γιατί έχουμε και πολλούς Έλληνες και είμαι και πατριώτης πάνω απ' όλα. Κυρίες και κύριοι αξιότιμοι συμμετέχοντες, σας καλωσορίζω στο συνέδριο που συνδιοργανώνει το Ελληνοειδικό Επιμελητήριο με το Διεθνώς Αναγνωρισμένο Οργανισμό Όρασης και τον κύριο Φρανκ. Και να σας πω ότι ο σκοπός του συνεδρίου αυτός είναι να συνδράμουμε στην ενίσχυση των σχέσεων μεταξύ Ελλάδος και Ινδίας σε ένα ευρύ φάσμα τομέων μέσω της ανάληψης των σχετικών δράσεων και πρωτοβουλειών. Θέλω να σας ευχαριστήσω για την παρουσία σας και τη συμβολή σας στην επιτυχή διοργάνωση του συνεδρίου. Καλό ξεκίνημα να έχουμε και καλή επιτυχία. Ευχαριστώ για όλους.
I would like to welcome everybody to this special meeting. It is my great privilege to extend a warm welcome to everyone attending the Horasis meeting at Athens 2024. This event marks a pivotal moment in the deepening relationships between Greece and India, bringing together leaders from business, government, and industry to foster new opportunities in innovation and collaboration. Under the visionary leadership of the Greek-Indian Chamber, we continue to strengthen ties across a broad spectrum of sectors, from trade to digital transformation. Your dedication to building sustainable and mutually beneficial partnerships stands as an example of how nations can work together to create lasting economic impact and share prosperity. As we embark on these important discussions, I'm confident that the partnerships and ideas forged here will accelerate growth, innovation, and development for both our countries. We look forward to continuing this journey together with enthusiasm and optimism for the future. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you to all participants for joining us in this critical endeavor. May this meeting be a great success.
Thanks so much, George. Now, George, would you like to make a special welcome on behalf of the Greek government.
Of course, of course. Thank you very much. Mr. President, distinguished guests, it is both an honor and a pleasure to be here with you, representing the Minister of Development, Mr. Takis Theodorikakos, delivering his speech here as he's unable, unfortunately, to be with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I would very much like to be present at your event today. This important initiative to strengthen the relations between Greece and India, but my obligations at the Ministry of Development, following the announcements made by the Prime Minister at the Thessaloniki International Fair, keep me away from you. However, I would like to share some thoughts with you. In a world that is undergoing constant change, with our planet firmly entering the era of climate crisis, and in an international system in turmoil with wars and conflicts, humanity is constantly faced with new challenges. Challenges that call for and require international cooperation. Greece and India are two democratic countries, the oldest and the largest. With all the strength of my mind and soul, I believe that we must not allow authoritarian and populist regimes to define our future. The responsibility for decision-making and response belongs to democracy, because democracy is the only system that can guarantee freedom, respect for individual and collective rights, solidarity, the continuous pursuit of prosperity and progress, green and sustainable development, environmental protection, and social cohesion. And India is proof that democracy can function and be effective at every size and in every era, from the city-state of ancient Athens, with its few thousand citizens, to your great country of 1,400,000,000 people. The relations between Greece and India have entered a new trajectory following the recent visits exchanged by our leaders, the first after many years. Greece and India are enhancing their bilateral relations while also creatively participating in multilateral processes and international forums to solve contemporary problems. The joint declaration foresees strategic cooperation between the two countries in security and defense, investments, trade, science, technology, cyberspace, education, culture, tourism, and agriculture. Greece and India, we can and must be part of the solution, as we share and work for the great universal values, with peace being the foremost, for a world without wars, displaced people, and individuals at risk. For a world that can meet the challenge of proper management of natural resources, fair distribution, ensuring food and water, as well as equal opportunities for development and progress. The prospects are positive. The India-Middle East-Europe Corridor, the IMEC project, which was initiated by India during its G20 presidency, passes through the point where you are today. Greece stands at the crossroads of the West and East, North and South. We are the gateway to Europe. We have the ports, the logistics infrastructure, and of course, the Greek shipping industry. And we want to collaborate with you in all sectors, including high technology and artificial intelligence, where your great country has truly achieved wonders, along with the exchange of expertise and workforce. In 2025, we will be counting 75 years of diplomatic relations, another opportunity to deepen our connection for a milestone that we will all remember, because we have much to do together. As Ursula von der Leyen has stated regarding the European Union, strengthening and enhancing the partnership with India is a priority for the coming decade. Our Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, has said that the strengthening of our partnership with India should be a cornerstone of Europe's foreign policy. So, let us move forward. Let us move forward together, because the relationship between Greece and India is not just a diplomatic endeavor. It is a celebration of our shared humanity. Together, we can build a brighter future for our people and contribute positively to the global community. I'm looking forward to carefully studying the conclusions and announcements of your conference. My best wishes for a very constructive and successful event.
Thank you very much. And as you said, celebrating shared humanity and the future, I think Greece and India are ready to join hands. But now, before we go to the virtual ribbon cutting, and many of you who have been to Horasis before, you know what it will be, I would like to call our Indian partners to come to the stage, to the forefront. Maybe let's say a few words of welcome. Maybe all four of you. Rajiv, would you like to start? And then come.
Thanks, Frank, and hello, everyone. It's great to be amongst all of you, many who are dear old friends, and many who are going to be friends over the next 2 days. And when we end up, hopefully, there'll be, thanks to Frank and Horasis, many new joint partnerships, many new friendships, and many new avenues for cultural exchange, tourism exchange. Frank, I think this is your 16th meeting on India, and we are so delighted that you have done it in Athens. It's really wonderful, and I must thank all the people from Greece, the partners for Horasis, to enable this. Thank you very much. On behalf of all Indians, we are delighted to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please join.
I hope the device doesn't pay for my lack of height. Hi, everyone. I bring the greetings of Indians to you all. Those who are here are certainly there to greet you, but those who aren't also, we share a lovely relationship, Greece and India. And Frank is one of the glues who has been blending the Indian ecosystem and various countries of the world. So thank you, Frank, for your lovely leadership and initiative. And I look forward to these 2 days in bringing both the countries together a lot more. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thank you very much. Rita.
Thank you, Frank, and ladies and gentlemen. It's been exciting and quite a journey. Thank you for bringing India to the rest of the world. And as Indians, we're a country which, in a way, is young because the economy is growing very well, and the walls of diversity have actually been broken down on many fronts. We're looking forward to a great interaction with our friends in Greece, because the culture, the traditions, and maybe even the DNA might bind us together. And there are lots of commonalities. The problems of the globe are many, but if we can find solutions in meetings like this, I think the world would be a better place for our future generations. Thank you for the invitation.
Thanks so much, Rita. Vinod.
Thank you very much, Frank. Hi, my name is Vinod Kumar. I come to you from the land of over 60 million small, medium enterprises. And I know Greece also has almost 99% of its enterprises are small, medium, basically in their size. Well, I only say one thing, right at the start of this entire conversation between India and Greece. We've had a very, very long shared cultural lineage. We have the Holy Trinity in India, which is called Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, and you guys have the Holy Trinity again in Greece. Now, all of you can Google the rest. I mean, I don't have to go into all the depths of this, but I understand one thing, that we have a very, very shared, very warm, shared mythological, I'd say beginning, start, or heritage. And it's now incumbent on us to take it forward and make it a glorious future together. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Vinod. I would also like to invite our two sponsors to join us on the stage. Please join. Will you say a few words?
Hello to everybody. I would like especially to welcome all of you that have traveled all the way from India to Greece. These are meetings between Greek and Indian business people that are becoming now on a more regular basis, and I think they form the base for further development of the business relationships between Greece and India. I think the visit of your Prime Minister, Mr. Monti, in Athens in October of 2023, and the follow-up visit of our Prime Minister to New Delhi in February of 2024 show that there is the will and the wish on the political stage for this relationship to grow further. And I think events like the one that we have today and tomorrow also are going to help in this direction. So, Frank, thank you very much for organizing everything.
Thanks so much. Please stay with us, because now we're doing the virtual ribbon cutting. So maybe let's just come to the front, and we have a nice photo as well. So the way to do is just imagine there's a ribbon, and I think we just have to cut the ribbon, right? Yes. So I would say 1, 2, 3, and then we know when we approach the 3, we just cut the ribbon. Okay, so we say 1, 2, 3, and please cut. 4. Officially open the Horasis India meeting. Thanks so much for everybody, our friends from Greece and from India. Special thanks to Angelos, to Georgia, and to Dimitrios for your great support. And now it's working time. We're going to start our sessions just outside at 2 o'clock. And please enjoy the summit. Thank you. Another one, yeah. Can we take another photo? Yes. Friends, now a highlight of the summit, the opening plenary, talking about India's growth, Greek joining India in the way forward, and together making the world a better place to live on in a very strategic partnership. And please take your seat, and I'm very glad to hand over to a dear friend of mine, Branchal Sharma, who is moderating this panel in the presence of the minister. So Branchal, please go ahead. He's a very experienced intellectual, I would say a public intellectual, used to work for Bloomberg as the India representative, and now is engaging with think tanks and governments all around the world. Branchal, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank. Good afternoon, and it's a real privilege to be here in Athens after many years. I think we are at a very interesting inflection point of relationship between India and Greece. We've had several decades of relationship, but the recent years, what we have seen in the growth and development of India is really remarkable, because today, if you look at it, we see a lot of uncertainty, conflict across the world in various regions and in regions which we thought were very stable. But India, in the last few years, has seen political stability and economic continuity, which is unprecedented in many other parts of the world. And many of you would know that 2024 has been the year of elections. More than 50 countries have gone to elections, and some are going to complete it by end of this calendar year. But what is fascinating is that India's election, which is the largest democratic exercise in the world, has concluded, and we have a government which is, for the historic moment, a third term, which has happened after several decades, which means that we have economic continuity, we have political stability, and India has, at a geopolitical level and a geoeconomic level, carved a very clear position for itself. Minister has been to India, our Prime Minister has been here, but I think the focus on infrastructure has been tremendous, and the billions of dollars of investment in basic infrastructure, in logistics, is beginning to show a lot of impact. And it is here that India and Greece have the opportunity of working together in a new dimension. If you look at the logistics sector, if you look at value chain, if you look at shipping, new industrial trails, I think the natural connection between India and Greece has to be built on in an accelerated way. So with this, I'm going to invite a minister to share a few words about his views on where India and Greece can take it forward, because we look at a lot of constructive ideas. And then with the business leaders here, I'll request them for their opening statement and then take as many questions from you as possible. Honorable Minister, over to you.
Thank you so much. Dear guests, dear presidents and members of the Indian and Greek Business Associations, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who traveled from India, welcome to Athens. I am pleased and honored to take part in the 16th Horasis India meeting. Congratulations on your diligent efforts in organizing this event. It is truly motivating to witness governmental officials, industry experts, and innovative entrepreneurs from Greece and India joining forces to share valuable insights and seek opportunities for collaboration on mutually beneficial projects. Our nations share a rich history of friendship and collaboration. In August 23, the Indian Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, visited Athens, providing us with the opportunity to enhance our relationship to a strategic level. Subsequently, our Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, visited India in February 2024 and I was honored to be present both in the visit of the Indian Prime Minister to Athens and the Greek Prime Minister to India. During this visit, I led a 63-member business delegation comprising distinguished Greek companies and institutions to South Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore. In these cities, Greek-Indian business conferences were organized, productive G2G meetings did take place, and numerous business-to-business meetings between Greek and Indian companies were held. Additionally, 6 memoranda of cooperation were signed between Greek and Indian entities. The broad and diverse business mission provided us with a chance to improve collaboration across important economic sectors of mutual interest, including information technology, health sciences, energy, construction, shipping, audiovisual production, agri-food, supply chain, real estate, and tourism. It enabled us to capitalize on the distinct advantages of our countries for mutual benefit, while also addressing the impact of the climate crisis and promoting sustainable development. Over the past 5 years, Greece has established itself as a dependable business partner. Under the leadership of our Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, the government has ensured political stability and has driven the country's transition towards an export-driven, investment-friendly, competitive and globally oriented company. Through carefully planned and strategic initiatives, we are actively shaping Greece's future as a reliable hub for energy, logistics and trade, leveraging its pivotal geopolitical position in the southern Mediterranean at the crossroads of 3 continents. In the rapidly evolving energy sector, it is no secret that Greece is progressively establishing itself as an entry point for gas imports in Europe. Major energy corridors are being designed and built, both on land and at sea. These initiatives align with the objectives of the European Union, which aim to address current geopolitical challenges and promote the diversification of sources, routes, and supplies. With the substantial progress achieved, we are keen to explore opportunities to enhance partnerships aiming to connect Asia, Africa, and Europe. Furthermore, Greece is striving to become a hub for transmitting green electricity generated from RES in Egypt and the Middle East to the Western Balkans and Europe. In 2022, Greece ranked 7th globally in the utilization of renewable energy sources in its energy mix, and is on track to meet the national target of producing 80% of electricity from RES by 2027. The swift advancement in the integration of renewables and the gradual incorporation of energy storage into the electrical system present numerous investment opportunities. Green investments are expected to exceed €44 billion by 2030 through the implementation of 21 actions of the National Recovery and Resilience Fund. In addition to being a producer and exporter of green electricity generated from RES, Greece aims to become a major logistics hub in Southeastern Europe, which is of particular interest to the industrial sector of India. To achieve this goal, we're in the process of building a railway network that will link major ports in the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. This endeavor will elevate these ports into crucial hubs, offering comprehensive transportation, logistics, and supply chain services. Aligned with EU objectives, we are fully supportive of investments and partnerships in the transport and logistics industry along the commercial axis from south to north and from east to west. The G20 announcement regarding the trade corridor connecting Europe with the Middle East and India through shipping ports and rail routes, described by President Biden as a game-changing investment, offers significant partnership prospects. I want to reaffirm our commitment to fully support this ambitious project, which is currently on hold due to the situation in the Middle East. Greece has the potential to act as India's gateway to Europe, with Greek ports serving as the IMEC hub. Greece's geostrategic location offers abundant business opportunities, establishing our country as a vital trade gateway to the growing markets in Southeastern Europe, the Eastern Mediterranean, and the Black Sea. The bilateral trade between Greece and India has evolved steadily over time. In 2023, its volume exceeded €1 billion, yet there is untapped potential for growth, particularly in sectors such as food and beverage, energy and renewables, IT and telecommunications, logistics and tourism. Furthermore, as both of our nations are maritime countries, I believe we all recognize the significance of strengthening our economic cooperation, particularly in the maritime and blue economy sectors. To achieve the balance between nature and economy, the European Union has adopted a new approach for a sustainable blue economy that will contribute to the mitigation of climate change, the enhancement of circular economy, and the preservation of biodiversity and landscapes. This new approach includes all industries and sectors associated with oceans, seas, and coasts. It promotes coexistence and fosters collaboration in the maritime domain while prioritizing environmental preservation. This strategy creates 4.5 million direct jobs and generates over €650 billion in turnover. It also emphasizes the importance of investing in research, skills, and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, the successful development of sustainable projects relies on synergies and investments. However, for partnerships to flourish, it is crucial to create a secure and stable environment, demonstrate goodwill, and exhibit resilience. I strongly believe that our countries are heading in the right direction. There are opportunities available for exploration. I'm certain that you will find suitable partners, and with mutual trust, respect, and understanding, we can establish beneficial, win-win, and highly profitable ventures. As Mahatma Gandhi said, the future depends on what we do today. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Minister, you very rightly said, I think the next phase of growth has to focus on people and the planet. We cannot also think about growing without taking care of environmental concerns. And you mentioned the maritime opportunities, and I'm sure many of you know India is embarking on a huge global mega port cluster construction program for the next 20 years, which will not just revitalize India's shipping and logistics and value chain industry, but also create tremendous opportunities for companies in Europe and Greece. But there is much that India can learn from your deep expertise in this sector, Minister. So we'll explore these ideas. I'm going to invite Mr. Rajiv Kaul to share his views. Mr. Kaul has been chairman of leading industry bodies in India, himself a very respected industry leader. Rajiv, may I request you to share your thoughts on how India and Greece can work together for the next few years?
Yeah, sure. A pleasure, and I'm delighted to be amidst all of you. And Mr. Minister, thank you for your opening remarks. It's laid, I think, a very good foundation for today's session. Well, you know, our plenary is titled India Blossoms, but really we should say how India blossoms and how Greece, which is now going through a strong revival process after the earlier crisis, how we can work together.
How can we blossom together?
How do we blossom together, yeah. Well, India's blossoming story is not just something which has begun. It began, you know, many years ago, about 30 years ago, and we've been growing, climbing up the ladder steadily but surely. I mean, just to give you a perspective, in 1980, India was the 12th largest economy in the world. 10 years later, in 1990, we were 11th largest in the world. In 2000, we were the 7th largest in the world. In 2010, we were the 6th largest in the world. And of course, in 2020, we were the 5th largest in the world. And in 2025, I think we will definitely be the 4th largest, because Unfortunately, the economy of Japan is not doing extremely well, and our growth rates will make sure that we kind of overtake the Japanese economy in the very, very near future. And probably by 2028 or 2030, we will overtake the economy to become the German economy to become the third largest. But I think we must keep in perspective that this is not true in per capita. India is still a poor country. We have 1.4 billion people. Out of the 1.4 billion people, only about 10 million are very rich. About 100 million are on the, what should I say, on the above middle average income group. About another 200 are in the average, and the balance are sort of all what we call the aspirational society. And India is getting about 20 million people out from the lower middle class to the upper middle class. So we are growing in the right direction, and it's this young momentum. We have a what they call the demographic dividend, because we are a very, very young population, and our workforce will remain young for the next 20 years. So we are going to grow. Now, coming to where we can collaborate together, clearly there are many leadership areas that Greece has. I mean, traditionally, I think where there's shipbuilding, maritime, ports, you always have had tremendous knowledge. And now you are getting a lot of robotics into your shipbuilding. And I think that is something which is pretty much a trendsetter globally. And this is something where India can learn. Our Prime Minister has, for the last many years, been developing the coastal area through many ports, large, medium, and small, because India has a huge amount of seafront, huge amount. And so the idea is to integrate that together into a thing called Sagar Mala, which is an Indian term for getting a good linkage for connectivity for within India and across the world. So this is one area which is there. The other area is, I mean, India has today the third largest ecosystem in startups, right? I mean, just to give you an example, the US has about 1,000 unicorns, China has about 170, and India has over 110. So in terms of the new startups, India is doing extremely well. It's supported by the government, but primarily driven by the young people who are coming out of management schools, engineering colleges. And this is actually a very strong and new growth engine for India in terms of GDP, in terms of employment. And the world over is focusing in India in funding this growth. Now, similarly, in a few niche areas, Greece has a lot of strength. If you talk of artificial intelligence, Greece is doing extremely well. If you're talking of data systems and data analytics, Greece is doing quite well. And also, if you talk on networking of systems, Greece is doing well. So is India. So there's huge amount of collaboration that is possible and inherent in these high-tech areas. And I think we need to perhaps try and deliberate in some of the brainstorming sessions which take place in the boardroom sessions as to how we can work together to sort of get all this going. But let me pause now because I know we have a time limit, so let me contribute 30 seconds of my time back to you, Pranjal.
Thank you. Rajiv is always generous with his time, so 30 seconds extra is always welcome. Rajiv, you forgot one very interesting thing, Greek food. we haven't discussed Greek food yet. So we would love to have some more, Greek olives and oil and other cheeses into India as well, because, we really enjoy your cuisine. There are so many commonalities to it. But we'll come to finance now with Chief Executive of Eurobank in Greece, because one of the things that we have to talk about is how is all this going to be financed, and the money is what greases the world's economy. So I'm happy to introduce Foykon Karavias, is the Chief Executive of Eurobank, and you were telling us earlier that you already have a plan to expand in India, but we'd love to hear your opening remarks.
Sure. Pazan, thank you very much for that. I'm really glad to participate in this panel about the growth economy of India and how Europe and Greece in particular could become an effective partner in this journey. And I think Rajiv gave us a few nice examples of how Greece and India could work together. I would like to elaborate and add further to what Rajiv said with a few more ideas around networks. And networks for the flow of goods, networks for the flow of data, but also networks for the corporate flows. And I think each of them could be a separate chapter in the potential future relationship of Greece with India. So, number one is the flow of goods. And I think here we have a blueprint, which is the IMEC, the India, Middle East, Europe corridor. Greece is in one side of this corridor. It could add a lot of value because of its ports. It is not only Piraeus ports, but the port of Salonika, Alexandroupolis, Volos, and there is also the logistics infrastructure that the minister described very nicely. There is a long pipeline of investments in this area, and definitely Greece can be part of IMEC and add a lot of value. But nowadays, besides the flow of goods, maybe the flow of data is becoming even more important. And there is this plan in parallel to IMEC to have a cable for the flow of data all the way from Singapore to India, to Middle East, Israel, and then to Med. This is the EMC, the East to Med corridor.
All the way to Marseille. All the way to Marseille, South France.
To Marseille.
That's correct, Mr. Fragogiannis. So it has two branches, the West and the East. The West is already under construction. A Greek company, the Public Power Corporation, PPC, participates on this joint venture with 20-25% and connects the Med with Saudi Arabia. There are already discussions about building the east part of this cable, and it would be nice if major Indian companies in the area of energy or telecoms join this venture. Now, the same way that logistics are important next to the ports, data centers are very important next to such data corridors to cables. And data centers is another sector of the Greek economy that shows quite growth over the last few years, but also there is potential for future growth. We had the American company Digital Realty acquiring the major Greek data centers company, Lambda Helix. Microsoft is building 3 data centers in Greece, and there are discussions about the so-called mega data centers in Greece with capacity of 500 to 1,000 megawatts. And because also Greece is quite advanced in terms of RES, it can really provide electricity from renewables for the operation of these data centers. And then there is the third pillar on this network vision, which is the corporate flow. There is a lot of opportunity, obviously, in India, but I think Indian companies have already started looking in doing business outside India, and in particular in Europe. And obviously, in order to do this step, they have to establish a holding company in one of the EU countries, obviously they should feel welcome in such a country, and also they need to have local partners, especially in the financial sector. And Eurobank is working quite actively in building this infrastructure to create the financial service basis for Indian businesses. So in that respect, Greece and Cyprus, and I will explain why Cyprus as well, could become gateways of Indian corporates to do business in the EU. Especially Cyprus is uniquely placed to welcome Indian companies. I would say that Cyprus has the entire package an Indian company would require for its EU presence, especially after the UK's exit from the Union. Let me mention a few of these advantages, then I will close with that. First of all, Cyprus is a common law jurisdiction, actually the only EU country with common law, part of the Commonwealth, so a common point with India, as well as a member of the EU. It has a rich ecosystem of professional services, including legal, tax, and accounting expertise, and a long tradition of welcoming foreign companies that want to do business in the EU. Business language is English, the same as in India, with a large number of professionals that are UK educated. The double taxation treaty between Cyprus and India is very strong, and actually Cyprus has one of the most attractive regimes, tax regimes in Europe. The financial system is tuned in servicing businesses, and Eurobank has a very strong footprint there. And last but not least, the geographical proximity, both to India and also to Middle East, makes Cyprus a prime spot for the first EU step of an Indian company. So definitely Greece and Cyprus have the advantage of becoming gateways for Indian companies to Europe. Eurobank is working on that. It was mentioned before that we are establishing a permanent base in Mumbai through a rep office, and we are teaming up with all the major Indian chambers to promote this idea.
Thank you, Furkan. I think you said it very well in terms of the various networks, and I think very interestingly, the connectivity with data centers becomes very critical. And you use the magic word of tax. You know, for all businesses, if you have a low tax regime and a favorable tax regime, money immediately flows in the direction wherever the taxes are favorable. So we will elaborate a little bit more on this later, but let me invite Vineet Agarwal, Managing Director of Transport Corporation of India, to share his thoughts. Vineet, this is also very interesting geopolitical times that we live in. So if you look at value chain related issues, there has been a lot of dimensions of change. But I would like you to share your thoughts from your perspective on the opportunities you see both for Indians coming to Greece and Greeks coming to India.
I'll take a step back. I'll say this is really the time for India. We are at the cusp of really massive economic changes and social changes. The aspirations of our people today cannot be stopped by whims of politicians. Gone are those days. Everyone wants growth, everybody wants development. But we should also remember this is a one-time, lifetime opportunity for India not to mess it up. We have, like many other countries, lots of problems. We have problems of inclusivity between rural and urban areas, between religion, inclusivity issues. We have problems of disparity between incomes. We have problems of employability, not enough jobs. We have problems of the formalization of the economy, as well as the financialization of the economy. But all of these problems are being addressed. And in the 25, 30 years that I've been working, I have seen the last 10, 15 years of dramatic change. So anecdotally, yesterday when I was coming from the airport to the city, I was just talking to the taxi driver. And I asked him, I'm from India, what do you think about India? oh, it's a dangerous country. I said, why do you think it's dangerous?
Too spicy food.
So he said that it's because there are so many poor people. So I said, yes, there are poor people. What else? He said, we don't know whether we'll be able to go anywhere. I mean, is there enough infrastructure? Look at this road. I mean, it's a beautiful road from the airport to the city in Athens. I said, India is, and I didn't tell him, but I said, yes, you should come to India. He said, I need a friend. I said, you are my friend, come, no problem. But India is investing 3.5% of its GDP every year into infrastructure. It's massive. I mean, I'm in the logistics sector and I know the kind of work that is happening in this space. And infrastructure has a trickle-down effect. It has a 3x, 4x kind of multiplier effect. It's not what many countries did was just give out money to the poor or give out money. India does some of that as well, but the investment into infrastructure is going down to many, many industries. It is having a direct impact. The investment that's going into other areas, and infrastructure has, of course, the linkages to logistics. It has linkages to whatever is happening on, say, the railways. Infrastructure has importance on the port side, and as well as on the city side, the urbanization issues. We have metro projects that are coming up that are massive. So this basically creates an opportunity for any kind of company that is coming to India. Any kind. You can, today I heard somewhere that a large percentage of companies in Greece are SMEs. We need that ecosystem connect between SMEs of India and SMEs of Greece. That's where the learning will come. One area, I'm not going to talk about what has already been discussed, is tourism. I think both countries, both Greece and India, have their soft power. Everyone knows, everyone loves Greek food. Everyone loves Indian food also, even if it's spicy. And
you count me in.
Yeah, exactly. So the soft power when it comes to food, the soft power when it comes to people connect, the soft power when it comes to things like tourism are massive. And I think we need to leverage that to the maximum extent between the two nations. I will not get into specifically to geopolitics yet, but this is just, and other than that, of course, food processing, seafood processing, lots of areas are there where I think Greece and India can really cooperate. India is at the process of creating, is wanting its voice to be heard. And the voice to be heard is happening. We are not in the G7. We're not part of the National Security Council, the Global Security Council, UN Security Council. And that's why India is trying very hard that we create our own axis of power. When it comes to the military side, we have the, I think the I2U2. On the economic side, various FTAs, the FTAs that are happening. On the political side, we have the Quad as well. That's both military and economic and political. So like this, some of these things are happening. And of course, what the Honorable Minister mentioned about the India, Middle East, Europe corridor. Once that gets activated, the voice of India will be heard. So you cannot, as Greek businessmen, avoid and miss India.
Thank you, Vineet. That's very well said. I think the other thing that we have in common, there was a very famous movie called My Big Fat Greek Wedding, Minister. And I can tell you there should be another movie on My Big Fat Indian Wedding as well. So Vineet and Minister and all of us were talking earlier about wedding industry itself is a fantastic opportunity for both countries. You know, we should have Greek weddings in India and Indian weddings in Greece. So that would be one good way to connect people as well. Minister, there was a great reference to the connectivity of telecom fiber line, which FICON referred to. But another very important dimension is air connectivity for people to be able to travel to each other. In your visits to India and the bilateral conversations, what kind of elements of improved connectivity are you seeing which will roll out in the next few months?
Well, I have been to India so many times, especially prior to joining the government. I've traveled all around the country, and I can feel, I have a strong sense of the people-to-people connection and the understanding of the two peoples in so many ways. Historical, cultural, Bollywood, fat weddings that last for a long time. So connectivity is truly important. As tourism is important to Greece and tourism is important to India, it is very important that we get connected with direct flights. So this is within our reach of materializing this plan by 2025, 2026. And I am hopeful that we will see direct flights taking place. The other thing that we need to progress on and become more efficient at is granting and issuing visas for a visit to Greece within a reasonable period of time. So this is something that we are looking at. And I also think that it is very important to start looking into the potential opportunities for joint ventures and working together, not only in the traditional sectors of tourism and maritime industry, nothing wrong with that, but when you put yourself in our shoes, one has to consider what will be important to the two business communities, not today, but in 10 years from now. And I think that I would like to make a point to the startup community that was mentioned earlier, to the technological innovation that is behind every sector that we do business in, including the agricultural one, and also to consider the AI, the artificial intelligence implications in just about every sector of our daily routine. The future is holding for all of us an opportunity in capital-intensive industries, in technological-intensive industries, and I think that the labor of the future will be a little different than what the labor is today. So having said all of what I said, it is truly important to see the academia of Greece and the academia of India, the new young scientists of the two countries who work together in a way that will be prosperous to both.
Thank you, Minister. Rajiv, you talked about the fact that India is still a per capita-wise poor country, but what is fascinating is the way India has used technology to mainstream our various communities. So for some of you may know, but over 500 million Indians have joined the financial mainstream. They have got a digital bank account in just 5 years. 500 million people is more than the population of Western Europe and North America combined. No other country in the world or no other democracy in the world has ever managed this. Even in the field of logistics, there's a unified logistics interface platform which is bringing all port and logistics operations with common data sharing. We have famously very siloed government structures, but the ministries are now sharing data over many of these new platforms which are being created. A quick point from you, Rajiv, on the importance of digital public infrastructure and its role in bringing the masses into the economic mainstream.
Yeah, thank you. You said quite a lot about it, but let me expand if I may, Mr. Chairman. So India has a population today of over 1.4 billion people. And out of that 1.4 billion people, or more than 1.4, 97 or 98% have a digital biometric ID, right? It is the largest biometric system in the world by far, right? And it is something truly remarkable. Now, based on that, what has been rolled out? One of the early things which was rolled out was giving people bank accounts. So over 500 families...
Million.
500 million families, thank you. In India, unfortunately, the unit is a million. So,
that's the default setting.
Yeah, thank you, Pranjal. So over 500 million bank accounts have been opened in pretty record time. And it is through this that inclusiveness and including the poor people comes in. So in the early days, there was a system of having to deliver physical rice and wheat and lentils. Today, all they do is they transfer the money and the person can go and buy the rations. So there's zero wastage of money, and it happens instantly.
And no corruption. I mean, there used to be a problem that money would never reach the people, but with a direct linkage to your mobile wallet, it's there.
And so this is in terms of how do we include or how do we improve the weaker sections of society. Similarly, for cooking gas, which is it's an expensive thing, cooking gas for people who are living on $2, $3 a day. Now, cooking gas is given to them free, 1 cylinder per family per month. And again, this is done through a digital transfer of money. So, there's things are being used very effectively. One of the new things are for the 100 most, or the 100 poorest million, I should say millions, of families, there is now a free insurance policy for medical insurance, right? So these are big numbers, and the government is trying to focus also on the bottom of the pyramid to try and get them into the mainstream society. And they're succeeding. In the last 10 years, about 140 million people have come out of the poverty into people who can participate in education, in eating, have a roof on top of their heads, because the government has a plan. And I forget the figures, but I think in the urban areas, is it about 10 million new houses have been given? And in the rural areas, 22 million houses have been given to people, right? On very soft loans. So there's no margin money or seed capital, but they give it. So this is how India and the Indian government has been tackling getting the poor people out into the mainstream of life using this digital Aadhaar platform. It's called today India's digital stack.
Digital public infrastructure.
Yeah, digital stack. And it's the digital infrastructure. Today, I mean, if one walks into the airport, you can register yourself on your biometrics, on your Aadhaar card. And if you register it, you can just walk in. There's no security, etc. Other than baggage screening, that's mandatory for everybody. But in terms of entry, in terms of security, so all these things have led also to what you said, Mr. Minister, startups. It's this digital stack, it's this basic infrastructure of having 1.4 million people, 1.4 billion people on this biometric network. So with their permissions, which are fairly easily granted, you can do many things, including a KYC.
Sure. So thanks, Rajiv. I think he will have a lot of questions from all of you when you meet him later. He'll be able to answer about various other initiatives which are there. But since I want to take some questions from all of you, I'm going to take a quick intervention from Foikon and from Vineet before I come to you. You talked about Cyprus and you talked about Greece. Are there specific sectors that the Greek industry is keen to work with India, or do you think they want to explore everything? Foikon.
Definitely there are specific sectors of the Greek economy that work already quite close with India, like the pharma sector. Greece has developed a quite important pharma business. It produces 10% of the production of drugs consumed in the European Union, and obviously a lot of the raw material is coming out of India. However, there is an issue of awareness. I mentioned before the fact that Greece or Cyprus can be a gateway for Indian companies. How many Indian corporates are aware about that?
True.
How many Greek companies know what are the advantages of working together with Indian companies? So there is an issue of awareness. We have to work on that. And conferences like the one that we have today and tomorrow are helping in this direction. This is the reason why Eurobank, as I said, is teaming up with all the major Indian chambers so that to promote this idea and contribute to a better awareness between the two countries.
That's a brilliant point. I think there has to be, it's good to have a high-level conversation, but we have to make sure that Indians know about these opportunities in Greece. Otherwise, sometimes it gets lost in the overall EU framework. Of course, Greece, and I would really say that with your leadership and with ministers' leadership, more Greek entrepreneurs should come to India and see for yourself, so that people don't ask our visitors here saying that you have good roads in India or not. You have to come there and see it yourself. We need quickly 1 minute or 2 minutes of your thoughts on geopolitics.
India and Greece are the cradles of democracy and the largest democracy in the world. Either ways. And I think we are natural allies into a lot of things. We know that geopolitics has shifted from land to sea now. We know that geopolitics has shifted from the Atlantic Ocean to the Indo-Pacific Ocean now. This means that these corridors that we've just talked about, this means that the cooperation that both our countries need to have is just immense. It's essential to counter to be in a world where we are safe. So the ministers that have met, the prime ministers that have met, are really aligned towards those goals. And the support of each other. I think India's entry into Europe through Greece, and Greece using India as a stable economic partner will definitely help each other. So, yeah.
Thank you. Can we have some mics in the audience, please? May I request the organizers to have the mics here? I'd request all of you to share your thoughts and questions if you have any for the panel. Please raise your hands and do introduce yourself. Sir, may we have a mic for him, please?
Thank you, Pranjal. My name is Shishir Priyadarshi. I'm advisor to the Adani Group's chairman on international relations. I'm also setting up a think tank for the group. We've been doing some work on the IMEC corridor, which incidentally has been mentioned by everyone. Just sharing a thought is that, it's not the first corridor. It's not going to be the last corridor. What would be really important, and I throw this more as, for everyone's consumption, is if the corridor is as important as we talk about it today 10 years from now, which means we've got to be different from a number of corridors that already exist. And there was something that Rajiv ji, you mentioned about ensuring that these corridors are just not transport corridors. They've got to be much more, you've got to ensure that they are complete centers of economic development. And if you take just one aspect of those corridors, the ports, and we've heard the Greek ports about them too, you develop it as a port, you develop it as probably a special economic zone, you develop it as renewable energy production, you develop it as a data center. So it's really the entire gamut. So any thoughts on this, especially in the context of Greek ports, would be very, very useful.
I should just add that the Adani Group, which is well known here, has also running India's first transshipment port, which was just opened a few weeks ago. And it is using the latest technology to be able to bring freight costs to the lowest level. But perhaps, Minister, may I request you for your thought first?
Well, my initial thought, well, first of all, I do comprehend completely the question, and I would say that this is going to be a corridor of values more than a corridor of replicating what other corridors do. There are indeed many corridors in the region, but in the region there are many tough neighborhoods. So at the moment in time, that there is toughness in the Eastern European part and in the Gulf and the Middle East and in Africa and other parts of the world, countries that share the same value set get along one next to the other, not only to strategically work together, but also to develop economically, as you said. There are a couple of things that make this corridor, this connection between Greece and India very special. It's not only the historical connection, it's not only the cultural connection, but it's also the economic development. India, the country of 1.4 billion, the country of very high technology and excellent roads, is the place that brings birth to billions of products that are being produced for the markets of the world, and in particular the markets of Europe. So from a logistic perspective, it makes full sense that a container ship that brings products from the world factory of India to the European continent will eventually cross the Suez Canal and reach out to Greece before it ends up to Italy, Spain, or Rotterdam, or Hamburg in Germany. Having said that, I need to stress out the particular circumstances of the Houthis' aggression to the maritime industry in the Red Sea that makes things a bit more complicated. And as I said, it's a tough neighborhood earlier. So most of the vessels go through the Africa continent and through the Gibraltar Canal. So it has an impact to the cost, to the transportation elements, to the logistical sense, but does not contradict to the essence of Greece and India being together from a logistical perspective. The ports is truly important, so we welcome the Indian connection to the ports of the country, and also the energy sector and the data connection is very important. The data centers, the data transmission becomes more and more important and requires cables and satellite connections that will make it easier and faster to grow. So having said that, the energy sector is very important. Greece is a hub for LNG, liquefied natural gas, through a number of ways. I do not wish to take any more of your time to explain the floating storage and regasification units and the vertical corridors and the TAP and other ways that Greece provides natural gas to its partners in Europe, and it becomes a hub for that purpose. But also it becomes a hub for electrical power from North Africa to Greece and from Greece to the rest of the European continent. So abundant of opportunities, and I hope that we will soon see the business sector of Greece and the business community of India working jointly together to take advantage of it.
Thank you, Minister. And I think you referred already to scientists and innovators and startups connecting. Sir, you have a question. May I have the mic here, please? Kindly introduce yourself.
Hello, thank you very much for... Hello, thank you very much for so interesting information that we are learning today. I am Professor George Atsalakis from Technical University of Crete. This IMEC corridor is a very important corridor for many reasons, but we have to take in consideration that in the last 2 decades, there are some countries that they have as a strategy to reveal some old glory, some countries that they have empires in the past, and they are interesting now to get influence in the previous territories that they used to have when they were an empire. And we speak about Turkey, about Iran. So we see that Iran, through Houthi, they have great problems in the supply chain. So this is an issue that we have to see very carefully, because even we make other corridors, the problems in the area is going to exist and maybe become much difficult in the future. But the IME corridor is very, very important to be done.
Thank you very much. Thanks for sharing that thought. I think you've underlined a very important risk that we have to factor in. I saw another hand. Yes.
Hi, my name is Tarun Anand. I represent Universal AI University in India. So we talked about various areas. We have a huge population, 1.4 billion, which was referred to. Can Greece become a gateway to that talent to come to India, to come to Europe? Because Europeans have obviously evolved and they have a higher standard of living. There are lots of jobs which possibly Indians can come and do in the European world. So do you envisage that Greece could become a gateway into Europe for the talent of India?
Minister, you, and then I can request Furkan to answer.
Very quickly, as I said earlier, the labor of the future is not exactly the labor of the past. Undoubtedly, Europe needs working hands, and so does Greece, and we have an agreement in place in as far as allowing immigration from India to Greece. But the truth of the matter, and if you look into the future, the labor, and especially when it comes to talent and technical talent, does not necessarily require an Indian to move to Greece or a Greek to move to India. So it is very important to me that we bring the two communities together, as I said earlier, academia and scientists, young people who can work together even from a distance. But I completely understand what you're saying, and I do agree with you. We have it within our portfolio of the next pending matters to conclude.
Thank you, Minister. And there are actually very interesting examples in the European Union, like Estonia has a e-citizen digital residency program as well, which is also allowing a lot of people from other parts of the world to operate from Europe, but not being necessarily physically there.
Exactly.
Thank you, Minister. Furkan, a quick thought from you on this.
Yeah. Nowadays, Greece, and I would say Europe overall, is an area that needs labor and talent. There is, for demographic reasons, there is not enough in Greece and in Europe overall. So talent coming out of India is more than welcome, especially in areas like technology. We need this talent. Eurobank has taken the initiative to sign an MOU with NPCI about enabling UPI in Greece. So Indians who work in Greece could send remittances directly to their wallets back in India. I think this is going to facilitate the transfer of people. But given that we are coming from academia, there is a new legislation in Greece that allows foreign universities to establish a permanent presence in Greece, operate in Greece, and facilitate through that the transfer of talent from one country to another.
That's a great answer. Tarun, you should consider a campus in Greece. We have time for one last question before we end. Anybody else who has a thought? Right, so I'm going to close this session by not trying to summarize, because there is a lot for us to digest, but I think one of the key points that I would like to share with you from what the eminent speakers here shared, one is awareness. I think there is, as you very rightly said, there is a tremendous need to have more connections, more conversations between various stakeholders in Greece and in India. So every dimension. And the second point, what Minister said, is that we have to bring every category of our society and economy to connect with each other. And of course, if We have better flights, we have better connectivity, both digital as well as physical. I'm sure this inflection point of India and Greece blossoming together, as you said, Rajiv, would be a reality. With this, I'd like to thank you for joining us, and this is the end of the plenary session. But please join me in thanking the speakers for their contribution. Thank you.
although they found someone locally, but we were working all the way to the CTIO, all the way software engineering, software.
And what would be the salary?
So one of the great things about this is it's very transparent and they have to be blue card compliant. So for different countries like France, they have a different wage structure with Greece, whatever the customer is comfortable with. So everything is transparent and relayed out. And database administrator, I'm looking to pay 3,500 euros. No problem. We will find fully compliant according to the interviews. And
look down, it takes a microscope. No.
Hello?
You can start.
Hello. Distinguished guests, thank you for being here in this marvelous event, as it were. I would like to introduce our panel, starting with the lady to my right, which is Mrs. Pritha Reddy, Vice Chairperson for Apollo Hospitals, past President for AIMA India. I hope I spelled that correctly. Then again, further to my right is Mr. Niraj Sarang, the CEO and co-founder of Aura Industrial Systems from the US. Immediately to my left is Mr. Spiro Papas. He's the Vice Chairperson for Open Learning, as it were. And Mr. Vineet Agarwal, he's the Managing Director for the Transport Corporation of India. Thank you, our Indian friends, for making the effort to come here and talk to us.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
In our initial thoughts for beginning our interesting talk, I would like to point out the following. As we have seen in previous talks today, there is a lot of emphasis for the IMEC corridor and what really connects the two countries in whichever way from being two democracies, as it were, one larger than the other, but one older than the other. So we have our own qualities, as it were. I would also like to point out a very interesting thought that I picked up in the previous session, which literally translates to the following. The IMEC corridor connecting India and Greece, a distinguished gentleman said, should be more than just a transport corridor. It should be a corridor that would create a whole set of value chains, as it were, connecting the two countries in such a way that will make the corridor relevant, not just for today, but for the next 10 years. In that sense, I would like you to give us initial thoughts based on the know-how and your respective sectors of industry, starting with Mr. Spiro Papas. Since you are coming from the world of open learning, remote learning, and the relevant capabilities, what are your initial thoughts on our subject?
Yeah, no, George, I think I'm glad you pointed out that the focus should be more than just on the physical infrastructure. I think it's really important that we look at the challenge of preparing all of our citizens and all of our economies for the world that's here with us now, the digital era, and that also means our human capital, our people. Because there's going to be a tremendous need for reskilling, and the way we've done things candidly to date, will not suffice for where we need to go to in a modern AI-enabled economy, and so that would be my initial thought on response to your question. Yeah.
Thank you, Spiro. Dear Pritha, you're coming from the world of healthcare, and we know that India has been at the forefront of development, both in the scientific field, but also in the development of human capital and the respective value chains. Having said that, we all know that Greece and, in fact, Europe in general is facing a set of complications and challenges which are literally up your alley. How are you perceiving the issue? How can we connect the two countries using that kind of technology?
Thank you, but I'm just going to digress. You asked a question about the IMAC corridor.
Yes.
And for us to go back in history, there was the Silk Route, which everybody knows about. The Silk Route was not just a trading route. Around the Silk Route, there was civilizations developed. It was a trade route for silk and spices and so many other things. But communities developed around it. And there was a whole civilization which was part of the Silk Route. I'm using that as an analogy. And how do we have, corridors? How do we have country partnerships which are closer and which develop an ecosystem? I will stick to healthcare, and I know that we have challenges. But simply because of the proximity in culture, simply because of the proximity in the way we can handle education, I think there's a lot we can do together. There are two issues with healthcare, which is a challenge. And one is a huge aging population. World over, globally, there is an issue of aging population. And there is a lack of skilled personnel, not only to handle the immediate needs of healthcare, but also to take care of the aging population. So I think we need to find plans, designs, risk mitigation strategy to deal with these issues. And that is where probably, technology would come in as an answer, better forms of skilling for staff, and also a kind of risk and reward system, because today I know, we run hospitals, we have about 15,000 hospital beds in the country. But our agenda today, and it's very relevant to the topic, is to keep people out of hospitals. If there's any banker or private equity might be wondering, why am I doing this about my business? But the thing is, it pays for a country, for economic prosperity, and for a company like ours to actually keep people out of hospitals. And that is where the answers lie, that can we have plans, can we have strategies to keep people healthy, keep them well, and train our youth to take care, because I think there's a huge business in the healthcare personnel, skilled healthcare personnel, for the globe. Everywhere countries are struggling with it. So like there was an IT revolution and we were training engineers and information technology personnel to go all over the world and work, I think now countries like ours should train healthcare personnel to answer these challenges.
Thank you. These are very interesting thoughts that are touching the lives of many people for the future. Moving on to Vanit, since you are in the sector of transportation and infrastructure, what would your take be on the issue, keeping in mind what our previous speaker said about the need to connect, communicate, and use the technology that is available?
So specifically, if we look at the IMEC corridor, it is going to be a channel of development for the entire range of activities that is going to happen there. It's from India, Middle East, Europe, and the connectivity is not going to be only from an infrastructure perspective, which we know has already started, with India investing into ports in Israel, in Greece, and in several other countries. But people-to-people movement, like what Preeta just mentioned, it will happen on creating industries, because there will be the ports that are going to be around will create industries. For example, India and Greece can collaborate on shipbuilding. We as a company are buying ships. Incidentally, we placed an order for 2 ships just last month to China. And it was just unavoidable, because there was no other company or country that came up and said, not even in India, that they can come up to that price expectation, or to some extent the quality as well. So those are the things that the IMEC will work on to build up capacity across this board for industry, for infrastructure, for creating people-to-people movements, and ultimately also even for cultural exchange.
Excellent, thank you. Great initial thoughts. Mr. Niraj, it's up to you, being in the technology and construction sector. Give us our thoughts.
Thank you, George. So since the subject today is about coherent technologies and disruptions that technology has brought and is bringing in the future, let me first take a very macro view and then break it down to 4 different steps that I want to talk about and bring relevance to what we can do between India and Greece. First and foremost, India is best described as a civilization. So is Greece, right? So it's good to have 2 civilizations sitting here and talking about what we can do in the future. If you go back in time, civilizations always want humanity to be more safer, more closer, more healthier, and more efficient. And I'm going to try and look at it from a technology perspective, because that's what we're talking about. And not the white elephant anymore. There is AI here, and it's here to stay, and we need to adopt. So I would have 4 quick points, very quick points around this. The first one is pace. I mean, honestly, 18 months back, who had heard of AI and ChatGPT? Very few people had heard about it. And today, every bedroom, boardroom, classroom, every room in the world, AI and ChatGPT is there. You could spend all your life reading a book 24/7, and you would probably reach about 8 billion words. And in the nascent first phase of AI, it can do 8 trillion in a month's time. So look at the pace. We've already had more than 1 billion use cases where AI has been deployed by individuals and companies in the last 18 months. So this is the pace that we must acknowledge that we are dealing with. The second point is the inflection point. I think today we are at an inflection point in humanity thanks to AI. And by far, it is going to be the fastest and the most consequential impact we would have ever seen. That's the inflection point. I mean, very soon, businesses, every business will have their own AI.
Of course.
Every individual will have their own AI. So that's the kind of inflection point we are talking about. What do we do with this? Fix problems, accelerate growth. So just to give you an example, India is using small models of AI and has already been deploying in the ag sector, in the education sector, and Preeti, she knows more than anyone else how it's actually changing diagnostics in a dramatic manner, quick, fast, more precise. But you'll be surprised about what I'm going to say. One more thing. In the last 3 years, the fastest growth sector of India in the export is defense. Why? Because most of these defense products that are going out of India have some AI embedded in it. This is not about artillery. This is about defense systems. So that is the profoundness of what we are talking about and fixing and accelerating growth. Coming to India, Greece, I feel that, let's face it, Silicon Valley, and I have my roots there as well, quite a bit, that Silicon Valley has been the cradle of AI, and I think will continue to be in the forefront of coming up with new things. And Silicon Valley is banking heavily on India because of the 5 million programmers and specifically more than 100,000 developers of AI already. And in the next 3 years, we'll have 500,000 trained, skill-developed AI people in India, right? And so this is where I think the opportunity lies. India is seeking partnership. It's a seeking partnership in Europe with everyone who's got a positive agenda and is willing to also accept the rise of India. India is discovering the world, and the world is discovering India in some way, if I could use that dichotomy. And we are looking at partnerships, and I think this is where Greece comes into play very, very quickly. That we can partner in the tech space, and I'm talking at the macro level, because when you collaborate at the tech space, as Spiro said, AI, tools, tackles, this is pervasive. It's going to go to every industry, maritime, food, agriculture. So I'm looking at the macro that I think we need to come together. How do we do it is a big question. I do believe one thing, that making policy is one thing, and going on the ground is another thing, and getting it done. Greece is high on SME sector, small sectors. So is India. The large corporates don't need help, trust me. The large corporates, they know their way, they've got what it is. How do you connect the small sectors, both in India and Greece, to adopt this new technology and actually bring about changes that both the countries need? We are India's growth is high, but we need to employ more. You have also challenges of employment in this country, right? So this is where I think collaborations can happen. I'll stop at this point with these thoughts, and we'll take it from here.
Thank you. These are extremely helpful points, setting the scene. And actually, I'm back to you, Spiro.
Yes.
Because there are a few things that have come up from Neeraj's narration.
Yes.
We are talking about the need for the creation. He literally, and I'm going to quote, every company will have their own AI.
Yeah, yeah. So.
What does this mean?
No, so I took a lot of good notes there, Neeraj. Thank you. That was very well distilled. I think, George, it is a fascinating time. I think I agree with everything that has been said in terms of the pace. I don't think people, just to give you one statistic that, obviously, if you look at other disruptive technologies and their deployment over general purpose technologies like electricity, the steam engine, the internet, one took 100 years, one took decades, the other one took a decade. Literally, ChatGPT deployed to 100 million users within 2 months. And so the pace of this is just so profound, but, there is a but. I think, as they say, the devil is in the detail, and being able to deploy a general purpose technology like a large language model for certain use cases will make a lot of sense. So you can use a generic large language model like ChatGPT, for instance, for the creative economy, if you're just quickly wanting to go through content and just distill the content, extract what you need, and it sort of doesn't need to be 100% accurate, 70, 80% accurate is good enough, then that's obviously a great productivity saving, because you can do it a lot faster, and then obviously you can tailor it. But there are certain, to Neeraj's point, applications in certain specific industries will require a lot more customization and a lot more specific training to eliminate or minimize hallucinations, and also to get you to the point where you can be confident that it's accurate enough and reliable enough as a model, and that you have the right safeguards in place as well in order to be able to deploy within a enterprise environment. So it's one thing, obviously, practicing for exams and doing creative stuff, but it's another thing to then put it into a bank or an accounting firm or a legal firm, which is what we're talking about here. And so that presents a real challenge and a real practical challenge. But make no mistake, I agree with what was said by our other esteemed colleagues here. There's panel members. It's coming, and it's coming fast. And all of the only other point I'd make here is that, just to reinforce the point that Neeraj made, is the actual, unlike previous general purpose technologies, and when they were deployed, if you think about the steam engine, obviously you needed to develop the rail infrastructure, you needed to develop all the infrastructure. In the case of, you know, the world we're living in now, we have the internet, we have cloud infrastructure, and we have, you know, the other necessary ingredients, enablers, if you like. Clearly, we're going to need a lot more of it. We're going to need more NVIDIA chips, more GPUs, more. We're going to need a lot more energy, hopefully renewable. We're going to need, and this is not discussed a lot, but for data centers, for AI data centers, they chew up, they create a lot of heat. So we're going to need a lot of water. So there's a whole bunch of stuff here that that you need to think through as you deploy. And I think India, there's some tremendous engineers and know-how and people that can help Greece on that journey.
Excellent, thank you. Especially the points that we're talking about, also the requirement for physical infrastructure as well.
Yes, yep.
Because people forget that the cloud does not exist. It's somebody else's computer, basically. And this creates another set of issues. For example, the given regulatory framework and legal framework in Europe requires for certain sensitive technologies, you also mentioned defense, as it were, that they be under the strict purview of the EU framework and the national legal framework. So there will be no instances of maybe getting it into the wrong hands of state or non-state actors. So let's keep that in mind, that this creation of the technology and the capabilities will have to have a certain regulatory aspect to it. I'm sure that, as you said, Niraj, yes, a big one. The people, the guys in Silicon Valley are interested in India. I'm sure that Europe is also interested in India as well. But the challenges of the regulatory aspects will have to be an issue at the end of it. And this will require more interaction with the two countries, more coordination, and more development of common frameworks that will be able to come out of that. However, having said that, I would like to go back to you, Pritha. With respect to healthcare, could you give us perhaps an idea of how India has been using new technologies so far for hospital use, but also in personal healthcare as well, getting people out of the hospital, also dealing with an aging population, which I'm sure for India is not an issue. But given the scale of the population, it may not be a critical issue, but it is still an issue that you are probably tackling as we speak.
So one is, I wanted to just say that, you know, India is a very attractive resource for data. And we're constantly having people saying, you know, we need data for this and data for that. And the government of India has put in very stringent rules. And I think it's a good thing about our Data Protection Act and how personal data, and I'm talking healthcare purely, has to be anonymized and it has to be protected. And I think that's one of the best moves, because otherwise people tend to become very vulnerable. And I think our government's done a great job on that. Using technology for progress, you know, one of the earlier speakers, Vineet said it, that in the past 10, 15 years, the way India has progressed has been phenomenal. And people now have access to high quality healthcare. There is always a question about affordability. And that's where they have very innovative schemes for people. You know, sometimes you pay just ₹1 a day, sometimes less than $1 a day sometimes to get the highest quality of healthcare. You know, you can have the best in class of cancer treatment, cardiac treatment, because you're providing access, and it's the sheer scale and numbers which gives you, so that's the financial innovation, you know, financial access. Then we have an issue of geographical access, their remote locations, their villages. And I think that's been a global learning from multiple other countries who've now come to India and said, give us the answer of how you provide geographical access. And this is where India today is the largest telemedicine provider in the world. And I don't think that, that people know about it. But an institution like ours does pure telemedicine consults upwards of 4,000 a day. Every day there are about 4,000, and this is just one institution in the country. There are multiple others doing it. And I'm saying this because this is one of the single largest innovations which has happened in our country and globally, that we've been able to provide geographical access. And if that can be replicated, we don't have to worry about somebody being in a remote location. We do consults for Australia, which is, somebody living in a completely remote locations. We do it in Africa. We do it in the highest point in the Himalayas. And all this has happened because of adoption of technology. It hasn't happened just because somebody took a magic wand and said, I want to talk to someone, I want to consult. It's happened because there's been a systematic adoption of technology. The second innovation which we see coming is the fact that we do not have enough people, manpower globally. It's a problem around the world for diagnostics, for quick, accurate, fast diagnostics, which can be technology driven. And that's where the utilization of AI to be able to say that if you do a radiology imaging, MRI, CT, ultrasound, can the machine guide you to a better diagnosis so that you don't miss something which can be dramatically life-threatening. And I think that has been adopted not only in the private sector healthcare, which is conceived as you can afford to do it, you can do it, but the government is adopting this. And I think the fact that our government of India has increased the healthcare spend from, it used to be 1.6% of the GDP, it's gone to 3.6% of our GDP, and it's heading towards 5% of GDP. And so adoption of technology has become not only the role of private sector, but has become the role of the public sector also. So I think in early diagnostics it's happening. But the exciting move which is there is that the onset of disease is a huge global burden. Every country is grappling with it. But with genomics and analysis of data, some of the large genomic projects, the NHS is doing it, the Emirates are doing it, Saudi is doing it, that India potentially can become the back end for processing of genomic data and give it back to that country so that they can intervene quick, faster, and early intervention, especially in healthcare, make a huge difference. So I think these are some of the landscapes, apart from the fact that you can use drones to go and deliver medicines in remote locations, which is being done, and vaccines are moving from one place to other. So you're using all that. But I think these are the path-breaking technologies which are happening.
Can I add one fun layer to this?
I shall allow this.
Yeah?
Yep.
So there is a fun layer. She's talked, everything is nice, but let me bring a fun layer of AI and technology in it, which is also a policy and ethical question. Imagine yourself 2 years from now, we all have iPhone, Samsung, whatever. It's taking your parameters, so it can predict in some ways the disease that you may be progressing towards, right? Very nice, right? This is the good part of it. So you know beforehand that you may have diabetic issues or whatever issues. But here's the fun part, and that's where my question is, and that's where we all need to really think hard and deep to address this question, because it's both advocacy and ethical. Now, the same AI is with the insurance companies also. They know you're going to fall sick. So do you think they will insure you up your insurance premium? How will they handle it?
100%.
So you get my point. I'm trying to bring out the AI part and the technology part, which this forum is all about, that there is a lot of things happening and we are just not able to grapple. And the advocacy and the policy is so behind. that we need to be very careful in crafting all this for the benefit of humanity. Otherwise, we're going to be in big, big trouble. And I'll come to that, the perils, later.
Excellent. That's great. Thank you for the initiative. But before, because I can see you
It's,
ready to bounce. Yeah.
No.
But before we move into that, I would like to hear from you, Vineet. What is your experience on the use of, don't worry about it. What's the use of this specific technology in the Indian transport sector? I think you are one of the right people to have on this panel. And this might give us an idea on what are going to be the paradigms coming out of that for the upcoming connections between, hopefully, between Greece and India. The point of the question is the following. If you look at the map, and being in Greece, we like to point out that many words are Greek, and one of them is geography. And us being democracies at the end of our respective areas, so we have Greece at basically the end of the European Union, the very edge. And then there is a whole area of geopolitical trouble, another interesting Greek word, as it were. Then we have India as a major, huge democracy. This is the paradigm that we are going to be looking to investigate in the future by using technology. A long question, but I need to point out that from a logistics point of view, it is at least interesting, isn't it, to connect the two countries? How can we project whatever happened in India and use it to connect these 2 points of reference?
You leave all the tough questions for me, right?
Of course.
Okay, well, so I'll give examples of what's happening in logistics in India and on how data is being, data is now the 4th factor of production. Land, labor, capital, now data is the next one. So it is with India's population that we've heard many times today repeated, the geographical spread, we have 600,000 villages in the country. It is difficult for any delivery company to really deliver to your house. So you could say that, look, I live behind that temple in that street, next to the well and with the door, red door. That's my address. And it gets delivered there every single time with, I would say, a failure rate of less than 0.01%. So why is that happening and how is that happening on a regular and continuous basis? It's because of data. The e-commerce companies have all that data. Now what's happening subsequent to the next stage of development with e-commerce is something called quick commerce. And quick commerce is essentially, you will get anything about the top 2,000, 3,000 SKUs, items in your house within 8 to 10 minutes. And I have timed it many times. Within 8 to 10 minutes, in some cases 12 minutes, the product is delivered to your house. It is completely changing the e-commerce landscape in the country. It's a combination, the process is that there is a fulfillment warehouse at the back, and then in the city there are these dark stores or smaller warehouses where there are a few hundred SKUs, and finally the last mile delivery to your house. So like we do some of this in the supply chain in our businesses. And it's amazing that the amount of data on consumer behavior that has now come, because what are those 2,000 items that are demanded in which city or in which neighborhood is that plan, that is the plan for that particular dark store at the middle layer. Then it's the plan of getting to your house. And this is really happening. There is a service where you take a picture of yourself, a high definition picture, send it to that company and ask them for passport photographs. Within 10 minutes, you'll get printed passport photographs delivered to your house. I have done it. It's not hearsay. So the level of data that has gone down and technology that has permeated in all aspects of business that we just talked about, but more so even in logistics, is phenomenal. The second part of your question is how can that be used effectively? I think there are platforms now that have been created, what even in the last session Pranjal mentioned, something called ULIP, Unified Logistics Interface Platform, where all this data it's residing with us, but there is a certain amount of layer that we are connecting with the government or with different service providers. It could be a trucking service provider, it could be a payments gateway, it could be a port, it could be an airport. And this layer in the tax authorities, this is available to mine. And this is available by anonymizing data. So the Indian government has created a company that is can mine that data. And you can buy this with anonymized data. So that kind of consumer behavior is something that you can learn and implement maybe here. Because the LLMs that you're building basically means you need data. And where is that going to come from? How will your own model start learning? And hence, this is going to be available. Unfortunately, in some countries like China and etc., you don't have a choice. You have to just give that data to the government. In this case, you have a choice. So that is one way of protection. Now, I think our countries can work together in many such areas. Privacy is big. The fundamental belief is that intellectual property is protected in a European Union country like Greece. And surely it is protected in a country like India and not in some of our other countries that we talk about. We know for the fact that there is a high degree of trust and cooperation with the shared goals, shared vision that we as our countries have. So clearly there is a scope to align more and more. Now specifically there are many areas, but broadly these are some of the thoughts.
Excellent. So basically, there is a wide spectrum of capabilities that is just waiting to be activated at the end of the day. And all we need to do is moving into the implementation, the design and the implementation stage.
I think also identification.
Identification.
I don't think we've identified those areas of cooperation.
Very correct. I like that because this panel is all about conclusions. So we are coming at an apex of what we are discussing about. Back to you. I wanted to ask you the following. With your experience in the United States, has it been an easy venture, if you could use that phrase, with respect to bridging the gap between using India as a backend, maybe, or a production facility with the United States? What kind of challenges did you face? My question has to do with the possibility of extrapolating what we are looking forward with respect to the cooperation with the European Union and Greece at the end.
Thank you, George. I think with the United States, it's pretty much simple. They're very used to cooperating on services, as an example. And that's the backbone of India and US coming along. It's a very open-ended back and forth going on. Manufacturing is a different ball game a little bit. And not so much with the technology, but with the geopolitics of it, which keeps coming back and forth. And we are in an era at this point where geopolitics is playing so hard about pushbacks and things like that. You know the pushback of the United States with China, and we're talking about a Quad. There are all kinds of cooperations going on. I did mention somewhere in the other room that I think somebody wants that we can have a bipolar world. It's okay, but a unipolar Asia. And I think that's very difficult with the rise of India. Coming to the cooperation, I think it's not that difficult as long as the compliance of immigration and the basic fundamentals are met. It's a very open thing you can go and do and things like that. And India comes under that generalized systems of preferences. So the import duty is down to about 2.5–3% in the United States. So that's also something one has to, when we talk about India and Greece per se, and India and Europe, my concern is, if I may say so, on a larger picture, my concern is, since we are in Europe, we look at Europe, anyone should look at Europe only one way, and that is that Europe is 500 million people and $20 trillion of economy. That's a huge number. But it is so fragmented, and we've seen that happen in the last 10 years, that it just is not playing the role of what EU was originally destined for. So the cooperation also is fragmented, to each his own. I mean, Greece has to take its own call and work with India. EU is not going to have an overarching, you can have policy, but I'm talking of real things happening.
So wait a minute, let me jump in here and say the following. Would you think that using Greece as an entry point, as an initial touching point, would be of benefit to India as a country and as a set of industries, like developing a paradigm, see how it works with Greece as an entry point, and then you don't have to deal with everyone in the EU, that is. I am extrapolating on the following. There is a lot of discussion of how Greece can become an energy hub.
The gateway and...
the gateway for possibly gas, other forms of energy like electricity, onto a region of the southeastern Europe that is in dire need of energy. Winter is coming, people are going to be asking questions about what's going to happen. So we have this set of issues to deal with. Can Greece play the role of a gateway for India in that respect?
Obviously, I mean, Greece is the gateway, and logistics and freight play a very important role. I mean, you cannot have every time goods in your factory and ship it. Every client needs a certain bonded warehouse at some point so that on peak consumption, they can recall that product. And Greece is very ideal for the entire European thing. Your maritime is high, your waterways are very strong, and it's large land, relatively lower cost compared to the other European countries. So I think recently we had your Honorable Prime Minister, and it was in India, they were part of the dialogue, and I think something is brewing very well. But again, my point is, I'm a realist. Talking about policy is one thing, getting it done is another thing. I think that unless whatever body it is, you call it a chamber of commerce, whatever, until they go on the street and go around in both the countries, visiting 30 cities and 30 hubs of manufacturing and services, I'm afraid this is not going to happen. Yeah. We can come up with speeches, we can have a policy doctrine, we can do this and we can do that. At the end of the day, implementation is something where small sectors, we're not talking of the large, we're talking of the small sector, that needs, it has a different nuance of doing business.
Hold on to your thought. That thought is going to be part of our final rounds of parting shots, as it were, because I need to go to Spiros for a bit and mention the following. Pritha said, not enough people for diagnostics. I'm sure you have picked this up, and we have to discuss this. We cannot let this go.
We do, and I'll defer to her great knowledge in this area, but I think that whole area of diagnostics and what AI will do in that space is, Pritha explained it very well. It's going to be, it is profound, and it's really helping with real-time diagnosis, more accurate diagnosis, less human error, all that stuff, and obviously with more and more affordability in Greece around hospitals and hospital beds and aged care provision for the aging population. It's really an imperative to really tap into those learnings. But it just comes back to what Niraj was just saying, that, you know, and I think you made a similar sort of point. You really got to chunk it down and get into specifics. And I think that's a good one, that the healthcare vertical and remote care and care in the home is a great example where Greece could benefit a lot from India. What I do want to say is that, I mean, India has a great diaspora of entrepreneurs and businessmen, case in point here, and so does Greece. We shouldn't lose sight of that as well. So, you know, just for the Greeks in the audience, Greece has some of the world's best data scientists, some of the world's best thinkers around large language models. They may not be residing in Greece. One of our big challenges, and I'm a patriot, I was born in Australia, but I'm Greek, and you know, it saddens me that the hardship the country went through and the brain drain. And so to the extent that we can, you know, one of the areas, and I'm very passionate about this, hence why I chair an online education company, I think we need to, literally what's about to happen in terms of a transformation and a revolution in the way people work and live is going to be so profound. We have to equip our citizens, our people, to be ready for this and re-skill them. And I do think India's got some great you know, examples, whether it's in digital identity, privacy, prompt engineering, all these fields, healthcare, where we can, there's a lot of learnings, but to the point that Niraj is making, you've really got to chunk it down. Yeah, otherwise it won't be concrete enough. And like, this is the mistake that humans make. We think the machines think like us. They actually have a different way of learning. So we actually need to understand how to use that enabling technology for good with the right safeguards in place, but then chunk it down for specific tasks. And that's going to take time for people to understand how to apply it to specific tasks, but it does require, to your point, that people actually get granular, really go out there and understand really define the problem really well that you're trying to solve.
I want to ask you something,
yeah,
because this is a very interesting point. We have two remote places of reference, that is Greece and India. We need to, this is a theorem, okay, a theoretical approach. We will need to train people from India compliant with the regulatory framework that exists in Greece under the European Union. So, are there means by using artificial intelligence models that can enhance this kind of even remote education?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean...
And do these things exist now, or is this something that we're going to be seeing in the future?
They exist, and we have a platform, and I don't want to give my company a plug, but we do have a platform that is trying to solve problems like the one you're discussing, but it does. But with the development of these AI tools, they'll get even more accurate as you create autonomous feedback loops, and it sort of gets more data, and it gets more, provided it's the right data, and it's nutritious data, it's the right sort of data that gets fed back into the large language model. But I think it's a good point you make, George, because there's, I think, a wonderful opportunity for Greece to become a navigator it's more agile, it's not it's not sort of distracted by a lot of the other stuff that's going on, like for a big nation like Germany or France or whatever. We can actually be more, if we're smart, we can be more nimble and agile in helping India, the big emerging power, global power, to navigate into Europe. That's the opportunity for us.
I see. Excellent. Thank you, panelists. I was thinking about giving the audience a go, if they can tap into your brains and take some questions. We have a little bit of time.
Which at 6 p.m. is like for everyone. I
Test the audience if they have been with us. Or
done. I think we're done, mate.
Well, okay. Not here.
Oh, really? We've got some time.
We have another 10 minutes.
Okay.
So we would really welcome some questions. I think this is a great opportunity. The panel has been great in pulling together various fields of know-how and experience. Please be welcome. Yes.
There's a question.
The gentleman over there.
Yeah, great panel. Thanks a lot. My name is Yuri van Geest. I brought Singularity University to Europe 8 years ago, so focusing on AI, of course, mostly. So I've been thinking a lot about the future after artificial general intelligence, let's say Singularity, the next 5 years, predicted by Elon Musk, Sam Altman, Demis Hassabis, and Ray Kurzweil. So my question to you is, what will happen after the Singularity? What are the key drivers of competitive advantage or a way of, let's say, meaning and purpose for humanity when we have artificial and general intelligence in the next 5 years?
And between that question and the answer lies the ethics and the perils. It's a big question. You know, as I said, China is doing its own AI, the DeepSeek. Recently, Saudi Arabia and UAE is spending billions of dollars in creating. And my advocacy on that point, coming to what India and Greece can do, is because we also have a background of civilization, and I think we should come together to create our own AI. Trust me, because that will not just give scientific solutions, but preserve the thought processes of society. What we don't realize is every time you go and ask ChatGPT a question, and whatever answer it gives, it starts to prompt you with other questions, right? And you are being sucked in a certain way. I'm not going to define good or bad, but you're being sucked in a certain narrative. The way the next question, and then you respond, then you go deeper and deeper. And I think that subscribes to a certain ideology and narrative that is controlled by large corporates. And I think therein lies the peril. And there is no reason why India and Greece cannot come together with its own AI platform.
Yeah.
I think that to me is the big takeaway. It's doable. And we should, and nothing wrong in what is happening. Of course, it's done great, but hey, we got the expertise, let's do it.
You know, there's just a little, it's on the lighter side, but AI has been bandied around as actually Indian. So if there are perils in it, maybe a little bit of wisdom and a little bit of, holding it back might help. But there are Indians manning every aspect of AI.
There you go.
Yeah. So I just, to answer I just sort of thinking a little bit more about, hopefully it's not going to happen anytime soon. For those of you who don't know, the singularity moment is the moment when computers exceed human-like intelligence and can emote. And it's quite a scary thought, to your point. Obviously, there's some societies, like some utopian visions that are being developed in places like in parts of Scandinavia, where they're developing universal basic incomes, UBIs. The challenge, and I think this is what you're alluding to, is we need meaning in our lives. So we need to prepare our future generations for a world of singularity, where we're coexisting with machines, and to the point that you were alluding to, Niraj, hopefully before the genie's too far out of the bottle, how do we shut them down if they just go rogue? And I know President Biden's talked about, red teaming to try to identify ways to stop.
Keeping a man in the loop at some point?
Yeah. So anyway, this is like, honestly, we could talk for an hour on this. But it's a great question. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other questions? More than welcome.
George, with your permission,
yes, please.
before we sign off, there is just one aspect which might have been missing in our complete dialogue. You know, we're talking about country-to-country collaboration.
Please.
You tried to say that, you know, how can Greece be the front runner for the EU for some of the challenges which we face? And one of the points which we did not discuss, maybe for paucity of time, is the fact that sustainability, carbon footprint, and the environment. And I think that responsibility, because, you know, it's a beautiful country, you have fabulous islands, and Europe by itself has been very environmentally conscious, you know, as a race, as a continent, but the consciousness of the environment has actually come in from Europe. And you cannot say the same for, you know, some of the other continents in the globe. And I think that might be one point for singularity, that might be one point for, you know, can Greece rise with the other EU, with the other countries, and talk really about sustainability in a very systematic, process-driven, hardcore way, and then have ways to monitor it. And I think that somehow is, we still don't have answers. As humanity, we talk, we do, there's certain things which are done, but this might be a front runner for a lot of
That is also very important. Greece is conscious of the environment. There are many challenges. We are seeing how events are touching vast swaths of the country, be that during the summer with heat waves,
exactly.
Floods, lack of water. How does this touch into agricultural activities? I wish we had on the panel an agricultural lecture, which we don't, but we would need another hour. Let me give the opportunity to that gentleman over there that had the question, and thank you for your parting thought. Please.
Just a comment. I think it's wonderful that the name Apollo of the Apollo hospitals is derived from a Greek name, from the mythology. I can't see a better opportunity for having the Apollo hospital being present in Greece, and Greece reciprocating the spirit of the Hippocratic medicine to India.
So Apollo is the Greek, the sun god and the Greek god of medicine, and we wanted a name which was not purely Indian, and this came up.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you all. Thanks to my panelists. You've been great.
Thank you for doing it.
Thank you for coming.
Friends, please take a seat. We are starting the next panel, which is focusing on ESG, environment, social, and governance. And I'm very proud to announce that this panel on ESG is a permanent feature at our summits, always co-hosted with TCS, Tata Consultancy Services. And Kara, I hand over to you, and it will be a wonderful panel. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank. Very good evening.
Good evening.
It's a race to zero, but right now it looks like it is a race to dinner. ESG is a very important topic. My name is Hema Kiran. I head the business unit for TCS, a proud partner for Horasis. I live next to European Commission here, Belgium. I'm honored to have the panelists. The beauty of this panel is you have a complete diversity here, not by gender or race. When I say diversity, it is represented by the government, academia, business, reality check, NGO chief economists, and the standards. Everything that one needs to have to make ESG successful. All the stakeholders are here on the stage. The way we conduct the panel here is I request each of the respected panel members to give a 1 minute, couple of minutes view, who you are, who you represent, and maybe your view on ESG. I know the name may be a little difficult for me to pronounce, but it's a beautiful name, Dinosia Theodora.
Thank you very much, Kiran. You're very knowledgeable in foreign languages and names. I would like to welcome you to Greece. We're very honored that you're all here, distinguished guests and leaders in your fields and leaders of the diaspora of India as well. So I'm the Prime Minister's envoy for the ocean, and on behalf of the Prime Minister, I would like to welcome you. We're very honored to have you in our country, and I'm also the President of the Environment Committee of the Parliament. So ESG came to my knowledge first as a member of the Parliament, and the Environment Committee of the Parliament was the first in Greece to run the ESG questions many years ago. Why was that? Because as legislators, we adopt legislation on environmental issues, climate issues, social issues, gender issues, for example, good governance, and then we don't know if our legislation is being implemented, and we needed a reporting. So the ESG directives, regulations, what the EU is doing now is what all legislators need to see that people are actually following up the work. And this is why we started working on ESG, and we're very proud that Greece, being a leader in ESG, added in the EU taxonomy, there is a regulation on behalf of the EU about the taxonomy, what really means to have sustainable investments, and added the biodiversity dimension, because the European Union was saying, you know, when you are to be ESG complying, then you would work on alternative resources of energy, to work on gender issues, etc., etc. There were some categories, but they had forgotten about biodiversity laws, and Greece added it. So I'm happy to be in a country that is a leader in ESG regulation. And on behalf of the oceans, Greece is very fortunate to be one of the leading nations in shipping. And we have developed ESG specifically for the shipping sector and the supply chain management. So we're very eager to see these ESG standards to be implemented globally, because we're going to have a playing field globally, and our global environment is common, and we're interested in to see like every country to comply with this ESG. This is our common planet.
Thank you. So you're setting a benchmark here. So I'll come back to a couple of questions to you. Please go ahead, Rupa.
Thank you, Kiran, and thanks, Frank, putting it on record. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm sharing this stage with such illustrious panelists. I represent a university. It's called the Bharatiya Engineering, Science and Technology Innovation University, also short form is BESTA-U. I incepted this university with a co-founder who is an IAS officer and who is here, Bharatlal Meena, in the year 2017. We are relatively new, and we are very near Bangalore International Airport, which is in the south of India. Now, we believe, and we are in this education sector because intellectual human capital, we all know, serves as the backbone for the green strategies. And we have implemented a lot of programs within the university systems. We have rainwater harvesting, we have recycling of waste management, and many other aspects which we have imbibed. Now, while that is the case, we are a general university, but our flagship programs revolve around agriculture, agricultural technologies, agricultural innovations, especially the reversal of land degradation and desertification. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Rupa. To you, sir. Nasser.
Thank you very much. I'm Nasser Manji. I've been on the board of 30 Indian companies over the last 20 years. So I've seen corporate India from a lot of dimensions, and a lot of them have been Tata companies, Tata Motors, Jaguar Land Rover, Indian Hotels, etc. And I must say that the essence of what we're talking about was really put in by the Tatas a century ago, when they looked at the situational logic of India and said that 50% of our profits will go to Tata Trusts, which will help communities around us, because that is what the community requires. This is 100 years ago. And we're talking about ESG today and CSR of 2% of profits, nothing. Yeah. So really, let's, my first issue on ESG is it in your DNA? Answer, no, it's not in your DNA. Today we are in compliance. So we suddenly found, my professor at London School of Economics in the 70s, E.J. Mission, wrote a book called The Costs of Economic Growth.
Correct.
And in Costs of Economic Growth, he really showed what would happen if we went down this path, and we have seen the result. So I think, as far as ESG is concerned, I want to just leave 2 or 3 things on the table and we can discuss it further. And the first is that the negative externalities of capitalism and growth are just being measured. Today we are measuring our impact on society as well as the environment. And what ESG does is at least force us to really look at ourselves and start quantifying what this is. So I think this part of legislation is very necessary, very good, and in a sense essential as we move forward. But it's only the beginning. The next thought I want to leave you with is business as usual is not an option. Full stop. We cannot carry on doing what we are doing. Look at Volkswagen. Look at what's happening right across the world today. It ain't possible. We have to change the way we think. That's when I said the Tatas have this DNA. That DNA has come through. How can that DNA really work? So the third point I want to make is that ESG, that means concentrating on the environment, on the community, as well as on governance, should be part and parcel of your business model. Because the business model should also be defined as a way in which this actually saves costs and creates a better world. It's not like adding to costs. Yeah. It's about how, now for example in Indian, I will come back to that later maybe when you ask me a different question. So this is another thought. So it has to be, how is it being embedded? The third area is the actual governance area of the role of the chairman of the board and the selection of the members of the board. Sure. because no company is going to change unless the top changes. And the same old guys are not going to suddenly change your company. So we have to really look at the human factor, the people who run things. And do they have the skills to actually deal with the problems that we are going to face in the future? So let me leave with 3 points. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very powerful statements. In the end, whatever complaints, whatever regulations one can put, stand in front of the mirror, look at it, what does your conscience say? Are you doing it because of a rule, regulation, or are you doing it for the good, for the society and for yourself? Very well said. Thank you. Elaine, I got your name right.
I'm really happy to talk right after Nasser. So yes, I'm an economist. I'm a policy innovator. I'm a policy maker, but I tend to not feel well in my conscience to just be a policy maker. So I became a policy innovator. And then I decided to quit the World Bank and become my own entrepreneur, applying something called a triple bottom line, Nasser. Because I decided that if you want to be in blue chip only, then you have to really not just work with your conscience, but also with your procurement, with your operations, with your board, with all these people. If you start from scratch and you create a triple bottom line, then that triple bottom line cares about social benefits, measurable benefits, environmental measurable benefits, and financial measurable benefits. And guess what? They're all very, very high. So it's not philanthropy. It's not giving $1 for just a little bit of money. It's not, people think, they create a foundation and they think because of the foundation they're going to go to heaven after, after their retirement is ending. So ESG, for me, being a person that worked a lot for over 10 years at the World Bank and tried to push the change within the organization to apply simplification. So we go to countries and we were not aware of the fact that more than 50% of the country is informal. And we work with the formal government, formal sector, and then we wonder why those countries do not move from the developing world to the developed world, and why they keep continuing and continuing to be in that loop. And the answer we usually give to ourselves, so we feel good as economists and to our other policymakers, is that it's politics. We don't like politicians, yeah? We like them when they invite us to go to their countries. We don't like them when they don't really manage to continue with the reforms. And then the ESG was a result of years of trial. It took about 7 years for me within the World Bank to establish something called reality check analysis, which basically was right on the ground. What are the elements that are needed for capitalism to operate? Labor and land. Labor meaning ID cards, people that are born and they have a birth certificate, people that die and their certificate of death is there as well. So a matrix of some sort of measuring basic stuff. And land meaning that your home has a proper registration. Not the title, because titles may be many of your property, but registration is only one. And reality check created exactly that, but has a methodology of peeling all the policies that have been adopted either because of colonization or because of dictatorships or because of other sorts of abrupt changes. And we get to 2024 and we try to bring in, raise the tide for all the boats to raise, right? Small and big ones. Yeah. So it's a win-win. There is no such a thing of, people say capitalism is bad because it only helps the rich. Yes, if it's really not well put together. If it's an oligarchy or a monopsony, yes. But if you establish property rights correctly, and that's what RCA does. It establishes property rights in its supply side, in its definition of the product, and it's the emission of the product. So IT and technologies of blockchain are all very welcomed. Once you have simplified the process and you got into like a binomial situation where then all of the rest is properly established. So that's my 3 words, which were a little more than 3.
Thank you. It looked like an extension of the previous panel. They talked about the coherent technology vision. It's good that you brought blockchain and the role it can also play in reality check. Now, moving on to our participant, Aditi, about standards and about yourself and the organization you represent.
My name is Aditi Haldar. Very happy to be here. First time in Greece. I really loved the previous sessions, all of that. But today I just wanted to mention about sustainability reporting and standards. I think the word sustainability and ESG has become, I think, interchangeable. But many people, including myself, I have a difference of opinion, if I can mention that later. But first about where I work. I work with Global Reporting Initiative. It is the pioneer of sustainability reporting standards. In 1997, it was created because the investors, which is a pension fund, they actually were very concerned about their money being at risk because of oil spillage. So that is where sustainability reporting actually got conceived. And it became a worldwide phenomena because now the GRI standard is being used in more than 100 countries and 40,000 odd companies, they actually use the standards year on year. We are not a group or an organization kind of having the blessings of the government, one government. There are a couple of countries which support us. There are more than 550 businesses, those who have been supporting us in many ways. There are investor groups, there are academia, there are labor organizations, and there are not-profit organizations who are part of our multi-stakeholder process of creating the GRI standard since 1997. So the standard itself is a very good reference point of not only disclosing environmental and social, economic, and governance information, but it creates an impact between the report preparers and the report users. So the report users have a common reference point, and so are the report preparers. So this is about GRI. My take on ESG and sustainability, just I think 2 points, Kiran. I know you're looking at the watch. I just want to mention here is that I think the silos of environment, social, economic, and governance need a little bit of interconnectivity. You cannot actually divide them and say that, oh, I'm doing good in environment and I'm doing bad in social, because all environmental aspects and topics, they are connected to the social dimension. Who creates them? It's the human beings who create. Who feels that there are effects? It's on the human beings. That is when we realize that ESG needs to be important, sustainability needs to be important. The other thing I wanted to mention is the standards are there are mandatory requirements, there are stock exchanges, the capital market, and the regulators and the governments. They do have notifications and rules which are good to mainstream and look like that the uptake of ESG or integration of ESG will happen faster. I may have a slightly different opinion. Yes, governments and regulators take very important role. They make these decisions. I feel also the private sector and the businesses, they themselves need to be smart, because if environmental and social issues are not integrated, over the years, I think the risks will grow and the opportunities will minimize. And therefore, what is important is not giving some money at the end of the profit making in the year. It is to realize how you make the profit. If how you make the profit is not through the lens of environmental responsibilities and social responsibilities, the impacts that will happen on the people and planet will come back to the business. So this is it from my side in the beginning of this session. Thank you, Kiran.
Thank you, Aditi. You ended it with profit, prompting me to go to business now to put my question to the business. But you have heard the different views, but all are converging. You heard from the government, member of parliament, prime minister's envoy. You heard from academia. I think Rupa is going to talk a little bit more about how the universities can play a role. Then Nasser, you so nicely explained around the whole concept of sustainability for the business, and you brought the example of Tata Group, and on the reality check, the fact finding, you also talked about technology, how you can use technology to implement to make sure that it can be a reality. And coming to standards, you have nicely put in, it's not, standards are there. That is actually for everything you need a baseline. For everything you need a standard. Otherwise, each one will represent in their own way. It is all summing up well. So to you, Nasser, my question to you is, look, you're in the business. You talked about it already before. You gave an example. But, everybody in the room and outside, they think ESG means it's expensive. You have to put more money. The return is on the long run. So how are you convincing your clients? You have a lot of clients worldwide. How do you encourage? How do you explain? You might lose some clients. For example, in Europe, some banks have started, if they take a loan, mortgage loan, unless it is a greenhouse, they don't give a loan. 3 years ago, they raised the interest rate. Now they block the loan. They say, we don't want to give, especially in Netherlands. They don't even give a loan. So you're going to lose clients. So what's your view?
Let me just talk about Indian hotels. It's a Taj group of hotels. It's a very prominent chain. And we've been working very, very hard on integrating the ESG. It's not just doing one of them. And in a sense, even for clients, if you are a green entity, it actually enhances your positioning in the community. It actually helps. Sure. So in a sense, from water, bottling plants in all hotels so that you don't have plastic bottles, water treatment and etc. in terms of being water positive if possible. Energy, we are now about 40% renewable energy. We want to go to 75% in the next 5 or 7 years. So on the energy side, on the waste disposal, organic waste disposal, for example, there are all sorts of possibilities that are being looked at. So in all areas, the Taj is really, this is not to talk about the CSR that we do, which is also linked to the environment and to communities that live around our hotels. So in a sense, if you take the combined bit, it's actually changed our business model. Okay. That's what I was telling you about earlier. It's not something you do, it's something that is part of your DNA as you grow. It's not, we're going to do this for compliance sake or to tick off some boxes, etc. No. It's also economically impactful to us. It's actually saving us costs. So actually helps us. So it's a business model that's changing. And that, once it's internalized within the business model, that is what is sustainable. It's not like looked at add-on. Now, for example, I was also the chairman of the audit committee of Cummins. I just retired from Cummins after many years. Cummins is a diesel engine work. Yeah. Now, diesel engines and emissions is a huge issue. And we have to meet very high standards, Bharat 6 or whatever the latest one is. And the technology for that was developed by Cummins, and actually you have diesel that's absolutely clean today. Okay. Absolutely clean. I mean, there's almost no pollution. So in a sense, they demonstrated that even use of diesel is going to have an impact. But it costs 30% more. The technology costs 30% more. Now that means your generators are going to cost 30% more, and will the market be able to take it? So there's a cost involved in something like Cummins. It's a very different, positioning. So these are two examples that I can readily give you. But again, because you have the technology, people are moving towards the clean engines as well, you know. So it's not that the cost is being detrimental to the market.
No, absolutely. I mean, before COVID hit, I don't know how many of you heard, at least people, you know, in Europe and India, some of you may be familiar, there's a technology called geothermal. You go about 100 meters down into the earth and then get the heat pump, you know, heat air, that will manage the heating within the house. Before COVID in Europe, the price was X. Post-COVID, and unfortunately because of the conflict that we have seen in Europe, the price of geothermal machines have gone up 2.5x. Why? The risk that is involved in the pricing of electricity and the fossil fuel, they've gone 2 to 3 times higher. Whereas when somebody installs geothermal, it's a lifetime warranty, and the cost of heating in the houses are low. So what is once expensive, depending on the situation, could be cheaper. I think one has to be prepared for everything. So thank you. Thank you for coming to standards. You know, it's good to have a standard and a baseline. But how many standards we have? It's a bit confusing for the business. You have BSRS, you have YASB, you have FRAC, you have GRI. What's your take on it? I mean, how can you have one global standard? Because there's a multinational company that implement one in Europe, one in US, one in Asia. Can you please help us?
Yeah, so to set a global standard, which is one for every country, for every sector of business, and for every scale of operation, I think it's quite daunting. Yeah. We from GRI, we started this, you know, this pioneering work of sustainability reporting. We were guidelines, and then we quickly understood that just by being guidelines, it is not working. Correct. You have to make it into a standard. So we made that in 2016. After that, we see there are many organizations, and you mentioned about the European Union, ESRS, and then the accounting world, which is the financial accounting world. They said, no, we are not going to be late. We also need to actually come to the forefront and also have a sustainability reporting standard. But let's be very aware of what each of these reporting standards they mean, or what is the boundary of this. So 2 things I wanted to mention here. Some of the standards, like IFRS, they look at enterprise value creation. That means that what are the changes in the planet which will impact money within the enterprise. Yeah? GRI from the very beginning was very clear that it will be only the business activities which impact people and planet that needs to be monitored. So it is very, very wise to first understand, what do I need to measure? Is it the impact on the people and planet? Is it my enterprise? FRAC was very good. They looked at both. They said, we need double materiality, not just the enterprise, but also people and planet, which is very important. So I feel that this diversity of standard is good. It brings in the understanding as we mature over the years, what it entails. And every country is free, or enterprise is free to choose what they want according to their business prerogative. So companies like in South Asia, like Bangladesh or Philippines or, you know, Sri Lanka or India, who are part of the supply chain to Europe, the trickling down of the ESRS will be there on them over the years. So we have the SEBI in India, we have SEBI BRSR. By having the mandate, it's only the top 1,000 listed companies. What happens to the unlisted companies? Are they doing business with responsibility on environment and social issues? These companies who are also part of the supply chain, those standards need to be imbibed. But you're right, Kiran. Too many standards lot of burden because lot of time and effort by people working in the sustainability division is happening.
Yeah, we
And
come back.
therefore we need to understand that it's not about one standard. I think what is important is to understand what topics in environment and social and economic dimension is core to that scale and, and sector of the industry. Let's measure it, whether it is mandatory for me or not. Let's see where are the impacts and can we actually take a closer look on repairing or future-proofing.
Okay.
Because future-proofing of the business will not be done by a mandate.
No.
It has to be done because of business.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and earning money in the right way. Yeah.
I'm going to come back to you again on the standards and how we're going to solve the different standards in the world. But thank you for explaining very clearly the need for different standards and how one has to go about. I'm coming back to you, Rupa.
Yes.
See, today's students are tomorrow's citizens. It's easy to say. Now we have number of courses in artificial intelligence, technology, literature, history, economics, I mean, you name it. What are you doing? You have a best innovation university.
Yeah.
How are you dealing and what's your viewpoint? The role academia can play.
The different facets of ESG, it needs interventions and backing from different stakeholders. And not only in institutions, in all sectors. Now, when we speak of interventions, it all starts with what Mr. Manji just mentioned. Starts with the board, starts with the president, starts with setting the vision. So what we did at our university is, it's a relatively new university, it's 8 years old. We ensured that we have a long-term vision for environment sustainability. Now we created a 50-year roadmap. And while one cannot engage, what we said was, let us have the low-hanging fruits, explode first, enjoy the successes of the low-hanging fruits. For example, the campus is entirely drip irrigated, achievement. The campus is entirely solar, achievement. Then we say, okay, the entire waste is being recycled, achievement. These little successes, they just give a profound sense of success to the stakeholders involved in the university. That's how the community starts believing in you, the faculty start believing in you, the entire ecosystem starts believing in you because you have created that prototype for them. Now, incubating ESG is, especially with a student who comes concretized after 12 years of education in school, the only way we can, sensitize children is start young, catch them young. Yeah. But when I speak of higher education institutions and what we do, at our university, we educate youth in a 2-point formula. One, our aim is to operate resource recovery mechanisms. Now, when I say resource means land, water, soil, simplified. So, we engage in different methodologies whereby we encourage them operating resource recovery. The second aspect of it that we look at is cultivating a new cohort of environment engineers, environment entrepreneurs. So these two being the aim, this is what we want to do. But how we do it is again, first we need to prioritize our environment, sustainability and how to set these goals. We said, as I said, we set some little goals where we have measurable success at our university. Then we developed a structure to meet those goals with collaborations, because you cannot work in silos, as Aditi mentioned. It's never one stakeholder, it's communities around us, it's the civil society, it's NGOs, it's the corporates who work with us. And then there are scientists. So we need to bring this consortium of people around and say, okay, here we are, and with collaborations we move forward. The third and the most important aspect is determine the structures and the funding needed to implement these strategies. Now, we belong to the arid Rayalaseema region, and I'm not too sure for the Greeks here and for the international audience, we belong to an area which is completely arid, almost like a desert. Nothing grows there. We have created a green cover at our university, which is about 250 acres of land, with fruits, with vegetables, with water management, with vermicomposting, and also 34 villages around us. Now, if you see from a drone footage or from a height, you'll see that there is a huge green cover where there is not even a 500 mm rainfall. We grow the finest fruits, vegetables, and this is the measure for my impact. What we are doing at that location. So I think this creates the confidence in people, in communities, as well as students, and then they are self-motivated to move forward.
So, very good. You not only teach, but you also make your alumni healthy in a green zone. Very nice.
Yes.
I come to you, ma'am. There is a big debate out there. On one side, you have developed world. Might be a bit political. On the other side, you have the developing world. There is a lot of measurement and discussion. You have, when it comes to carbon emission, the measurement per person, per nation. It's an everlasting debate. Now, you are from the land of Alexander the Great, who also has a connection to India. What's your take on this? How do you look at it? Will it end the debate, or do you see Greece playing a role?
I don't see it anymore as a debate. Actually, being in the negotiations for climate agreements all these years, of course, the question is there, how are you going to have all the players to be able to contribute equitably into the climate, for example, crisis, and other crises, of course, the water crisis, the food crisis, etc. And we have two big lists of countries, the developed countries and the developing countries. We have two different annexes, and we definitely respect the principle of shared, common, but shared responsibilities. So the responsibilities of all the countries are there, they're diversified, so the developing countries should gain more things out of these negotiations, out of these agreements. And this is how I actually respect and promote this principle. As part of the IPU, I'm the deputy president of the Interparliamentary Union, as well on behalf of the Greek Parliament. And I always say that we need to work on more finance, green finance, towards the support of developing countries to cope with all the challenges that we have, the common challenges, but we need to give more finance. You know that it was recently created the Loss and Damage Fund in the climate agreements. And there is another fund as well for resiliency in the developing countries. So Greece is really supporting these funds. And also technology transfer and know-how. And this is why we are here. This bilateral meeting between India and Greece, and the private sector and the academic sector as well. We're meeting here and see how we can move forward in the era beyond these differences. Because you mentioned about Alexander the Great, of course, he said something like, the main idea of Alexander the Great is harmony, how to achieve harmony. And this is what Greeks want, to achieve harmony with other nations and to achieve harmony with nature. And we can do that by sharing values and also knowledge and also finances. All these are important. So what I say is that we have to take two things in account. As I said before, that this diversity, this differentiation between developed and developing countries, they don't exist that much. Greece, for example, we are a developed country, but we are not a high emitter of CO2. So actually, we have many permits because Greece is an agricultural country, we are a tourism country, we're not a heavy industry country. So we're somewhere in between. And India, it is the largest population country in the world, and we see you as a rising power among the G20 countries. So you're very powerful, and trust me that your power and our power is not in the population, is not in money, It is in the mind that we have, in the intelligence that we have, and in the souls that we have, in our values. So let's go beyond these categories and work together to achieve what we should achieve for us and for the future generations.
Thank you. Maybe we have to reconstruct the corridor, what existed many, many centuries ago in harmony. Ellen, you are the reality check. You heard from 4 different parts of life. What's your take?
Well, that's like a catch-22 question. So I like how Dionysia presented and engaged also my mother country, Greece, into this conversation. Indeed, India has moved in the last, since with the new president, since 2014, you've gone through epic growth. Your pillars of development do not just depend on the population. They depend on, allow me to say, a DNA that the Indian people have, which is entrepreneurship and continuous queries, questioning, trying to find solutions, never settling with what they have, but always looking for something a little different that would also be a little better. And I may say that this is a commonality between the two nations, or the two mindsets. And it's not by chance that Alexander the Great did go through different places and ended up there in India. Now, there is one challenge, and one thing I like a lot about the Greeks, and I also like about the Indians, and I'm going to say thank you, Dionysia, for mentioning this. We are very pragmatic. We are very realistic. We Greeks recognize that we have been kind of like the cradle of civilization, and a lot of things stemmed from here, but we also realize that a lot of things need to change and improve and develop, and we do not ride on our historic orals, but we are all very much willing to engage and improve and partner with others to learn more. And I notice a very similar behavior with all of my Indian colleagues, as a matter of fact. And I see, for example, that one of the issues that is very well identified as well from your president is that element of informality. 20% of your economy is informal. In terms of labor informality, a higher percentage of your economy is informal in terms of your asset informality. We have very similar numbers, but we're a smaller country. So we don't really splash the world with it. So imagine if you would adopt reality check, imagine the tide your country will create. Imagine if the genome, I applied reality check in Peru, and I was teaching this summer in Switzerland, young kids in MBAs and postgraduate students. A big chunk of them were Peruvian, and I was teaching them about how could they use economics and incorporate technology and blockchain into economics for growth. The Peruvians that were there were 20 to 27 years old. They did not know the name of their president of their country. And we also had Swiss students, they did not know the president of their country. But we had French students, English students, Greek students, some African nations. They all knew the first, the last name of the president of their country, where the president lived, how many children the president had, who was the president married to, which school did they go to, yeah? Let me tell you, I was super excited that the Peruvians did not know their president, because it doesn't matter. Because 67% of what was called poverty is now middle class in Peru. And they call it new middle class. And yours truly was one of the people that coordinated this.
Yeah.
So it's extraordinary to go there and say, we are part of the new middle class. I mean, can you imagine this being transmitted and embodied and organized by India? You will not just be called the engine of growth, you will just be leading it, and everybody else will be looking at you. And I think that would be an interesting aura and vision. I mean, I enjoy that vision.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for your positivity around it. I'm just doing a reality check right now on the time.
You have 15 minutes.
No, I have a lot of
56
time,
seconds.
but before I put one more question to you, I want to invite the audience to put any question to the panel. Anyone would like to pose to the panel? Can we have the mic, please? I think they're used to the template. Let's give the mic at the end.
I think it's a very interesting discussion on ESG. I think most of the discussion evolved around E and S, not much on G.
Correct.
So when you talk about G, I think you're seeing very large reputed corporations collapse because of one mistake. So how that can be addressed and what governments are doing or corporates are doing in this context.
Okay. Thank you for that. It's a good point. I would let Nasser, maybe you could respond. Governance?
Well, governance is a critical component of a company. That's why I mentioned the role of the chairman and the role of the board, because that is the head of governance. Volkswagen cheated on emissions. What does it say about the board? What does it say about the chairman of that company?
The shareholders?
And the shareholders. So, it is, the point is that the DNA of a company, the culture of a company is set by the tone at the top. Extremely important. Now, that's true of a government as well. I mean, it's what a prime minister, or the cabinet, in what is it that they set for their nation, for their country. So, in a sense, I don't think that anybody can do anything about it. It's not that government can appoint a better board, but it is a matter of shareholders and investors requiring much more accountability from the board. I've just argued very much that people are saying, how effective is a board? And I said, it's only as effective as the leadership of the chairman. Very often, the boards just go along agendas, tick, 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 any comments, yes, yes, over, bye-bye. Other chairmen are much more diligent. They can even, how many chairmen of boards actually spend time with each individual director? And what they expect of that director? How do they bring the expertise to bear on the company? Now that's critical. It doesn't happen. I've been on 30 boards. It doesn't happen. So the point is, there are lots of ways in which we have to turn this around. And the only way it can be done is if somehow we have a forum where one would constantly discuss the effectiveness of boards.
Thank you. Is it okay for you? Would you like to explain from a society point of view and go?
Actually, not on behalf of the government, but practically speaking, I see a burden on the implementing the governance aspect in both India and Greece, in the private sector, just because in both of the countries we have small and medium-sized enterprises. We don't have large enterprises that they do have a governance structure on their own. So it is very difficult for small and medium-sized enterprises to develop the knowledge and the capacity for the governance aspect. So we first need to educate them how to do it like a family business.
Yeah.
What is a governance structure in the family business? It is very difficult. And then it comes, how are they going to implement also environmental and social criteria as well. So we need to educate them and we need to empower them and maybe we need to finance them before they're able to turn effectively into the governance structures and the governance criteria. So you're very, very right that this is a very weak point and we need to work more on this.
May I say, what I find very interesting though is that what really sustains everything is trust.
Yeah.
And trust can only be established if there are incentives. And by incentives, I mean simplified procedures and processes. So if it's absolutely impossible to engage in having a board member meeting the director because it's going to be too complicated to do it, or a director to do the opposite, equivalently, the boards of a government sometimes are siloed completely, and the ministers cannot really necessarily communicate with their prime minister easily. The prime minister listens to their advisors, to his or her advisors. There is something called really the CEO disease, that the CEO being either the president of a country or the prime minister or the CEO of a company, that gets to somehow have around him people that will tell him what they think he would like to hear and not really what he would like to hear. Yeah? So how do you break that? Because I know a lot of prime ministers that I've worked with 42 countries and presidents that are all very nice people. When they were 2 years old, they were not hit by their mothers and fathers. They didn't have traumas. They were nice people, right? But they don't do nice things when they're there. And then you sit there and you wonder, how on earth, where did the logic go? Where did common sense go? And you realize that 24 hours a day, he or she is going to only talk to 3 people. And all information is filtered through these 3 people, not even his board.
Yeah.
They're not even listening to the board, not even to the member. So what I usually do with my reality check is I try to simplify procedure and make it as simple as possible. That's how you can get your information better.
Sure.
Because when she comes and says, I'd like to get some measures, oh my God, that's a task of its own, right? So you create another task force that you'd see once every 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
I mean, sorry, just coming from a technology background, I can relate it to it. The world has seen a lot of large-scale business transformation, technology transformation initiatives. We used to call it as waterfall. When you say waterfall, I tell you what to do, you go, develop it, and bring the product back. About 10 years ago, we moved into what you call as agile. What you explained now, agile is about behavior. It is about getting the truth from different corners of enterprise. Not hierarchical way, everybody is same on the floor, and everybody has a voice. Everybody has a viewpoint. So how do you collect what's going right, what's going wrong, and then take the measure? So it's about a behavior. From the behavior, you gain trust. Absolutely.
you just described reality check.
Right. I didn't know. Now, ESG is about doing good. Or at least you feel good. So in one of the things we want to do as a panel is give you back a little bit more time to prepare for your dinner. But before you get up, I want to give the final dialogue to you and to each of you. Maybe take a minute. What's the takeaway you have from your fellow panel members? What do you want the participants to take away when they leave the room? In 1 minute, less than a minute.
Well, I was really, really honored to be with all of you on the same panel. And I think that we should work together, the private sector and the academia and the government on the global level to work more on this, but especially on a bilateral case. Greece and India, we have started a strategic partnership after the visits of our prime ministers to the respective countries. And we need to give more substance to this strategic partnership. So let's start a strategic partnership on ESG And let's start working on this through the university and education, through the private sector, on the international level. We're here, and let's have something to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, collaborations are the way forward between industry, between academia, the policymakers, but also I think these efforts, universities do not have a recognition in place for developing their green strategies. You spoke about this in the morning. I would like to just throw it up to all the panelists. Why not we declare an award or a recognition by the Tata and Horasis for the best university following, and the one which follows the ESG, has systems in place, and also has spread the knowledge about ESG and trains the students on ESG. So maybe this this would be a great start to encourage. India itself has 1,350 universities and more than 640,000 institutions in Greek too. So maybe a recognition which we could have in place that can steer people towards that carrot, that okay, your efforts are being recognized. And it could start with Horasis TCS award. We'd just like to throw it up.
We'll consider, but Frank is not in the room, but we have
We
to
will let him know
talk to
about
him,
it.
Horasis, and is there an award?
Yeah, maybe recognitions. It definitely helps.
I have a broader take, quickly. I think we are fiddling at the edges, quite honestly. It's very important for the standards, it's very important for reality check. I think the sorts of things that you all are doing is extremely important, but we are fiddling at the edges. Today we are in an existential crisis on climate. We are producing more coal than we have ever produced before. We are having more aircraft flying than we've ever had before. India just bought 1,000 aircraft. So what is this about emissions? And about our little companies saving, et cetera, et cetera? What are global governments doing? Look at the global government's retraction of the commitments it made to COP.
Okay.
One by one, they're reneging on money that they are committing. So we are not in a good place, I'm sorry to say. But there's a lot of very hard work, and we don't have time. So I think this is really a point at which the globe has to get together. I want to leave you two quotations from Native Americans.
Yeah.
Right? One is from Chief Seattle. The earth does not belong to man. Man belongs to the earth. All things are connected like the blood that unites us all. Man does not weave the web of life. He is merely a strand. Whatever he does to the web, he does to himself. That's what we are doing.
Yeah.
And we are not recognizing it. And an Apache tribe saying, it is better to have less thunder in the mouth and more lightning in the hand.
Thank you.
Right? So I think let wisdom prevail, basically. We have a lot of work to do, all of us.
Yeah.
And I think we have to do dramatic work, not fiddling work.
Oh, I so love it.
Thank you.
So I'm so happy that I engaged in the panel, and I met you all, the new friends. And I'm also always talking after Nasser, because my game is a big game. I'm not interested in fiddling around. My mom gave birth to me not to be a public servant, which is a wonderful service to be, but that's why I left the World Bank, because I felt I was a public servant. And my interest and my call is to transform the 70% informal by changing the 30% who manage the resources of the world that all 100% are using. So here is a request. G20. I am just one person, and I'm not a president of a country. And if I were a president of a country, I'm an American and a Greek. I could only, for changing this, I should only be an American president, but I wasn't born there. So I'm lost it. I cannot run it on that side. So I'm asking you guys, G20, India. Go run, take reality check, and impose a change in the economic development paradigm. 1945 Bretton Woods is dead.
Dead.
We're holding on to it for fiddling around. The same way so many other post-World War II organizations are dead. Go ahead. ESG, you want to call it? Fine with me. Marketing issues, you want to? Fine with me. The genome of each country is the genome of each person. Unless we give each country an incentive to participate, unless we rise the GDP for everybody and include a serious, general, strong middle class, it will not be sustainable. It will reverse all the time. So let's go get that change of the, development paradigm.
Very philosophical.
Reality check.
I think listening to all of you, I feel that it should not be the fight about different standards. It should not be the fight between developing and the developed world, but one thing. Let's understand what are the impacts we are causing, number one. Number two, are we aware of the carrying capacity of this one world which is with us? Whether we are in India, whether we are in Greece, whether in US, it doesn't matter. Are we really aware of the carrying capacity? How long are we going to actually survive? Who reports for our survival duration? Who do we report to for our survival duration? I don't know. Let's not wait for a crisis to happen. And we are talking about corporate reporting. We are talking about quarterly reporting. We are talking about graphs which should grow up. That's not a problem. But if we continue to do this quarterly reporting and bring ESG to be integrated into that, I don't think we are doing a fair game. We really should understand the impact, the carrying capacity, and where am I as an individual? Where am I as a policymaker? Where am I as a businessman? Where am I as an educationist? I think every person in this world is creating an impact. And are we aware of that? I think it is very, very important. The last point, Kiran, we have overshot, I think.
Yeah.
It's blinking. I think, ESG, sustainability, corporate social responsibility, they are all, integrated. What is important is businesses, and you spoke about governance, someone asked a question. The governance, whoever it is, are they thinking that, what am I going to feel at the end of my life? Am I going to die with regret? Or am I going to die saying that I did something good and I'm regret-free? I'm sure who discovered, dynamite, where there are questions of different crises of labor risk, where there are questions of mining, where there are questions of different kinds of water, effluent, which is killing people, I'm sure they regret. And therefore, ESG, carrying capacity, and the impact. If me as an individual, I'm aware what is the regret I will have or not have, I think I can take all my decisions accordingly. So from my side, this is it on ESG.
Thank you. Nice thoughts before we go for the dinner. Thank you. Thank you, Theodora.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rupa. Thank you, Nasser. Thank you, Elaine. Thank you, Aditi. So if you have any questions, we can continue the discussion over the dinner. So thank you for the wonderful panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's coming.